mean,
If you're gonna take,
look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got plots from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
it. Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per Amharu.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Greetings, peace, Hotep, Hetepu, peace and love to everyone. Glad to see everyone here. Let's get a mic check before we start this great class today. Mic check, mic check. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Please press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1. Let's see if everybody can hear me. Mic check. Okay, peace and love, everyone. Glad everybody is here. Another great pod class today will take place. And for everybody in the room, my name is Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. On my hat, this is Neith. And here we have Kaibet. She is Azinopeltes from the Philippines. She is all the way from the Philippines, and you may not be able to see the color, but she is black rainbow. So she has multi-angles that change the light when it hits her skin, and then she changes different colors all the way from the Philippines. She says peace. Okay, everyone, peace to everyone in the room. Greetings to all those new, greetings to all those old, greetings to everybody who is familiar with the Tehuti podcast, and greetings to those who are unfamiliar with the Tehuti Podclass. So the Tehuti Podclass works like this. Oh, that's okay. So I've been teaching for over 30 years, teaching multiple people all throughout America, Canada, different places throughout the world, and answering questions live from anywhere from 40 people to 500 people live. Questions on the origins of religion, languages, New World Order, government conspiracies, and anything under the sun. I do my best to practice the gift that was given to me, which is to ascertain information and relay information factually and researchably. So over the years, people have asked me to do classes with them, and I've attempted to, and I've done classes with many people who may be even in the room now have been under my teachings for the last 25, 28 years, 10 plus years, and people have been offering me donations to get hour time, 2-hour time with me. Over time periods, it takes up about 8 hours in the day, 10 hours in the day to do that one-on-one. So what I told everyone upon their request was I will do an open pod class where everybody can come into the room and ask me questions. All I ask for is reciprocity, which is for people who are sending in questions to send and support. Because you may have seen me on the Killer Priest podcast, and on the Killer Priest podcast, we had what's called super chats. We have, and on many YouTubes we have super chats. There are super chats. YouTube has removed my super chat abilities due to certain things they saw in the content, which I'm sure everybody can guess what YouTube would see on my content, which would make them unmonetize me. But they've removed my monetization, which means they removed the ability for everybody in the room to donate like they would to other channels where it shows Bing up in the room, a super chat, and then I answer it. That's what we're doing on the Killer Priest podcast. So because they've removed the super chat abilities, now I just have up my PayPal and the Cash App, where you send in a question through there, or just send in support if you support and respect what I've been doing over these 20 to 30 plus years. And then I check my notifications, get the questions. I already just got 2 in. I have 2 in already. check the notifications, then boom, I put it up on the screen, give a shout out to those who asked the question, and then answer the question thoroughly in a way that you may have not seen answered as specifically before. We have, and I repeat, we have no drama in this class. We have no emotional breakouts. We have no slander towards anybody. We'll deal strictly with facts and facts alone, information. When you see things like me having the highest debate record in the conscious community's history, it is only because I've been challenged that many times. I have never in my life challenged anyone to a debate. People keep saying, hey, debate, what's the Spanish guy? Debate Sanchez, debate Dane Calloway. And I'm like, I don't seek debates with anybody. People challenge me. Our league owners set up debates for me. And they say, this guy here wants to talk to you or whatever. And then it turns into a debate. And I have never challenged anyone to a debate in my life. I will debate, though, if challenged, if it seems appropriate. But I do not do the personal ad hominem attacks or any type of personal attacks on me. You will be put out of the room if you do personal attacks, any disrespect, or disrupt the class. We are here to learn. This does not mean that you cannot have another opinion, thought, or fact on the issue. I actually welcome that. I welcome other thoughts and questions because that's how we grow. No man knows all. No man knows everything. No woman knows all. No woman knows everything. So we're all here to grow. And if you do have a belief, though, and it goes against what's being taught in the class, that is wonderful. Just prepare to present with facts. And you can send that through the Cash App or the PayPal, and we'll address it. And those who send Cash App and PayPal questions, you can do better than a call-in. Some shows on, say, when I was on Killer Priest, we had call-ins. We do better than that here. If you send in a Cash App, PayPal supportive question, you can actually come onto the screen and ask the question. You don't have to come onto the screen. I will read it. But if you want to come on and participate and interact with me live, if you sent in a donation, you can. I believe a brother, Greg Yasha, asked me about this earlier, and I said, absolutely, you can come on. But no phone calls in. You can do better. Show your actual face. Now, before we start, we're going to give a shout out to everybody in the room. Oh, also, let me clear the screen here. Okay, good. Also, I have 2 pieces of literature that I have released for new people, for beginners, and even for really anyone. One is called Stepping Out the Matrix, and one is called Melanin Dark Consciousness. And I will show you all how to obtain those after I give the shout outs. But you can obtain those, and you can ask me how to get those books, and you will actually receive them while I'm having the class here. So that's another unique thing we do here. I show the books on the screen, the covers. You can actually order them while I'm teaching here, and before I'm even finished the lesson, or finish 4 minutes or so, you'll actually have the book in your email in a PDF that you can follow along or just read in your spare time, or I give permission to actually print it out where you can have it in physical form, so you can support that. Let me go and give a shout out to everybody so we can start. Greetings to everybody in the room. Let me go and see who's in here. Okay, good. I see some of the regulars in here. I see some regulars. I see some new people. Give a shout out. I'm not familiar with this name. Eric, that's it. Shout out to you and welcome. I'm not too familiar with you if you're new. Shout out to you and welcome to the Podclass. Shout out to Seneti Amun, which I'm going to introduce all the moderators in a moment. Shout out to Seneti Amun. Shout out to, here's a regular, Horizon of Zion. I always like that name. Shout out to you. Shout out to Stranger, who was actually the one who invented the term moderators, which I'm going to show on the screen in a moment. Okay. Shout out to Big Vape. I believe this is Big Vape. Shout out to you. Shout out to Jimmy. I don't know if I'm familiar with Jimmy, but you may be new. Shout out to you if you're new. Greetings to you. And here's a regular. Shut up, Lowry. And of course, we have Kemetic Netter G, a very dedicated student of mine who is always supportive. Every single podcast, I bet I can go to my notifications right now and I already see a donation from him. Shout out to, hey, interesting name, Hail Miriam. That's an interesting name. I like it. Shout out to you. Shout out to AJ Super Mogul. AJ Super Mogul is another dedicated student of mine. Not only does he come here for the podcast and support here, but he is one of the ones, I only have a chosen few people that I do one-on-ones classes with, and he is one of them. AJ Super Mogul. Shout out to Boss Nation. You may be new. Peace and love to you. Shout out to one of the moderators, Nanny Aset Mur. Shout out to you. Shout out to an old moderator from the Killer Priest Craft, Jody Southworth. That's where I know her from, who have been dedicated ever since I started this. She's been on every one of them. Shout out to you, Jody. Shout out to you, Nige with a nice Par-ee head, or as they call it, Pharaoh head. Shout out to everybody in the room. Here's another dedicated person who's always supporting, always here. God Mind, shout out to you. Shout out to Anki Maya, one of the moderators here. Shout out to you. Peace, everybody. Peace to David John, who gives the snake and the prayer sign. That's actually a vagina sign. Maybe I'll break that down later in the pod class, but this is the vagina symbol. Maybe we may talk about that later if somebody sends in a question. Shout out to who else in here? Oh, Alex Schott. I believe Alex Schott got a book last class. I believe this is the brother, Alex Schott, that got a book last class and got the book before I was done the fourth sentence. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. David John, I think we gave a shout out to him. I'm not sure. He gave an owl and a goose. Awesome symbolism. Wonderful. We got everybody we got a lot of people in the room today. We got Prodigy is King Don. Okay, Prodigy is another brother who I will allow to come on the screen at times. This is another young brother that I know from a debate league that I was a part of at one time called the Lion's Den, and he came in and he pretty much gave me respect from the time he came in, and he earned my respect when I watched him. I believe I hosted or co-hosted a preliminary with him and a brother named Takori, Hebrew Israelite, and he made the brother retire in a preliminary. We have never seen that before. Prodigy Voorhees is going to be a very good debater. I haven't seen him in an actual debate, but from what I've seen from preliminaries, he's going to be very good. Young brother coming up. He's like, he's coming up. I'm not going to claim what he is. He does study Kemet. He studies RBG. He studies basically anything pro-black, anything anti-religion. And then as he grows and finds whichever path he decides, he'll grow. We're all growing. But shout out to the brother. In the meantime, he is my Compton brother, kind of like a bodyguard. Like somebody says something about me, I see him all over Facebook slaughtering people who talk about me. So shout out to you, my brother, Prodigy Voorhees. He's for a Jason mask too. Shout out to Bird Flight. Tehuti, yo, I will leave the stream, but gotta run. No problem. Shout out to you. What is that? Junior G? The icon looks the same. And of course, Nets are the greatest. Nets are the greatest, who supports every class. Nets are the greatest. Shout out to you. He's at every class. He is awesome. And here's another brother who always shows respect to me on the Killer Priest Podclass. Shout out to Roberto Reyes. Shout out to Roberto Reyes. Shout out to Dope Well. I think he's new. Greetings to you, JMOX. Peace. Let's build. Yes, we're going to definitely build. Here's the Asiatic Soldier. The soldier from the Asiatics. Peace to you. Greetings and welcome to everyone in the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into this knowledge and information. I'm going to check my I'm going to check my notifications and see who is asking questions. And let me do this. Give a shout out to the moderators. Everybody in the room, look at these names very carefully. Hold on, let me take Ajax Soldier off. Sorry, Jimmy B off. Everybody look at the room carefully. You will see the moderators. You will see Anki Mai. I'm trying to get off the screen. There we go. You will see Anki Mayat. You will see Nani Aset Mir, Saneti Amun. Ask questions to these moderators about, and let me make clear because somebody came in the room last time and started asking Saneti Amun questions about earth grids or pyramids or some. So while I'm teaching and somebody's asking Saneti Amun class questions that should be sent in. These are moderators. These are not teachers that are going to be teaching in the room while I'm talking. These are moderators that help guide. These moderators help with things such as posting my email, posting the Cash App, posting the PayPal, posting the links if you've missed a debate I was in, a class I was in. They will post the links. They will also watch and make sure that everybody's respectful. They will give warnings. They have a wrench in their hand so they can remove comments. They can mute comments. They will help and guide people as to how to ask questions if people come in and want to know what's going on. But these are not people that that do not disrupt the class and send Saneti Amun and Anki Maya and Nani questions. Who are the Greys? What do you think about the extraterrestrials and the war that's going on with Ukraine in the middle of me teaching? It's completely disrespectful and chaotic. That is what the moderators are for. And this name, moderators, was created by the brother Stranger, another brother who is consistently supporting and asking questions. Okay, so shout out to the moderators. That is them. Okay. Here is my, whoops, 1 second. This is our motto: ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Everybody please understand. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. What does that mean? That means that our ancestors left information for us. The reason why they left books, the reason why they left stone tablets, papyruses, temples, walls, so-called pyramids, is that they wanted their descendants to have access and read them. So therefore, if we're going to have a conversation about religion, about archaeology, about anything, I'm always going to ask, where is the archaeological evidence before we speak? If you're going to talk to me about a Torah that Moses wrote in 1400 BC, I'm simply going to ask, wonderful, I would love to talk about the Torah. Please present the Torah that Moses wrote or that Israelites had around the age of 1400 BC when the Israelites were supposedly coming out of Egypt, and we'll analyze it and read it. Other than that, it's just an opinion. If you're going to talk about any culture, please present the facts and information, and then we'll discuss it. Okay, so this is my AI moderator who tells everybody support with Cash App questions to TT Amun. That is the Cash App. The PayPal will be going up. And wonderful. I will let me go down and see something. Okay, I'm going to be checking the questions, and I already have 2 in. And let me see something really quickly. I'm actually going to show everybody. Okay, let me show everybody this, and this is going to be a good one today. We're going to get right into it. I have a lot of things to break down today, and I'm going to show everyone. Let's see if it shows up. Okay, that shows up. Beautiful, and boom, beautiful. For everybody who wants to know, these are the materials that I put out that people are purchasing, and this is Melanin Dark Consciousness. This comes to you as a PDF. You can inquire on how to obtain it. And this is Stepping Out of the Matrix, Secrets of the Ages. Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can inquire on how to obtain that. All right, awesome. Okay, everybody. Okay, Kaibet, I'm going to put you away for a moment. She is beautiful, but she is not the type that likes to be held a lot. She's actually in shed mode, which is why she doesn't look too black. She is in shed mode all the way from the Philippines. I keep serpents around me, very important to me. They give me energy. I've been collecting them since I was 8 years old, and the serpents that I collect are extremely rare, and I have about 20, I don't know, I lost track because some of them had babies, but I have several of them, and most or none of these are found inside of any pet shop. Okay, did you bring me the tank? I'm gonna put this one away. Okay, you're gonna go away for now, and then we're gonna check the questions. Okay, good. Boom. There you go. And just throw the lid on. Thank you. Okay, we are ready to get this podcast on. Let me check the notifications. Let me check the comments. Let me check everybody. Who's this? Naya Ninti says, I want a Brazilian boa, rainbow boa, gorgeous. They're the only ones that do that do like that, the iridescence, the rainbow boa, and my other snakes from Kemet do that actually as well. Who do we have here? We have DHNJ, another dedicated loyal person who comes ever since I've been on Killer Priest. Sonetti says to purchase the books, contact Tehuti via email, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. And of course, this man right here who, I didn't see a hot tea in the room. When I do see him, I'm going to announce him. But this man right here, Kemet 101, another brother, always sends in questions. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Always supporting. Okay, let us get into it. So a lot of people are inquiring about recent events. I don't talk about people, but I will say that energy that's sent out towards me that is negative will be gets banished and mirrored back when I visualize. And now a certain individual that was in the room before causing a lot of chaos, you will probably not see or hear from them for a long time because of energy that is reversed back on them from their own doing. I tell everybody, just leave me alone. Okay, let's go. Let's go into the inbox and see if any support has been sent, if any cash apps have been sent. Okay. We have, let me see here. Okay, so first off, let me, we have 2 that previously came in and 2 that have come in. Let me go and see something here. This one is from Steve. Let me see. Steve. Let me see. And I want everybody that's new in the room to see how I answer questions so you can understand what you are supporting. The length of detail that I put into a question. Each answer can be made a small book, and I do it for the people to let people know that this is how you answer questions thoroughly. Okay, so everybody, please support the Cash App. Please support the PayPal. This is what I do for a living. I see that 2 have already come in. And this is do. We have. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get back to the room. Let me get back to the room. Sorry, everybody. I lost the room. Where are we? Here we are. Boom. Okay. This is from Steve. He sent this in. He actually sent this in a couple of weeks ago. He sent a huge donation in. Sent it in. I wasn't able to answer. And I told him because he wasn't there in the room. So he actually sent in another donation just to say to me that I can answer it whether he's in the room or not. So Steve, if you're in the room, peace and love. If you're not in the room, you did send me this before I started this class, and you said answer it whether you're in the room or not. So that is what we are about to do. Let's see here. And this is from Steve. Well, let me get this. Is Ahati in here? Let me see. Okay. Ahati, are you in here, brother? I want to definitely give you a shout out. My screen is not showing that you are in here. But I do want to give you a shout out before we start. Ahati Ma'at, if you're in here, just press 1. Because I am scrolling the whole place. Oh, there is Black's Alucard, Dracula spelled backwards, who probably, he already sent me support. I'm going to get to his support in a moment. He always does. There's Ahati. So peace and love, Ahati. He says to you, my Utu, which means leader. Peace and love to you, Ahati. For everybody who just came in the room, let me tell you who Ahati is. Ahati is my direct personal student that I've had for years. He is very loyal, dedicated. He is a very strong protector of me, and he's the one that pushed me to come public. So I was public from 1994 up until 2000 until 98, and then disappeared again till about 2004, and then I till about 2006 popped up for a little bit on Pal Talk, and then went into total seclusion. I didn't want to teach anyone in the internet public anymore. I just wanted to teach my inner circle, my goddesses, and the people that were literally just around me. Ahati was looking throughout the internet, saw a bunch of teachers, a bunch of people that claimed to be Kemetic, and said, brother, please, you need to go out there. You really need to get out there. People need to hear the way that you break down information. And I said to him, okay, after months and months of him begging and asking, he said, yo, there's a debate league that wants to interview you. They're called the Lions Den. They want to interview you. I went on for an interview. The champion challenged me. I don't know what was going on. I just came for an interview, and then I got challenged by the champion, and then I beat him in a debate, and then I became the champion. I'm just there for an interview, and then I just continued on to teach and beat people, and then I went to. Then he said, "Yo, Killer Priest has these people on. You need to go on," and then I went to Killer Priest, and I went to saw Netter, and it just goes on from there. But the point is that I became public again, and the reason why people see me in the public and not just teaching Ahati and the people around me is because this brother said, please go out and teach the public. And he said the public really needs to hear from you. So shout out to you, Ahati Ma'at. He is the reason why I am back teaching in public, because I really was done when I went on the internet and saw all that it was just about drama and talking about people, and people had unks on, but there's nobody was teaching from the papyruses. I was turned off. I said, let me just go into seclusion like the wise man in the mountains and just teach my little pupil circle. And Ahati convinced me to come out. He said, you can reach thousands, and they need to hear you. And this is such that the story goes on from there. And here I am. Peace to you, Ahati, Ma'at. So everybody, please send in your questions through the Cash App, through the PayPal. I already have 2 in. I have 4 in. Continue to send. I have enough time to answer about maybe 15. It depends how fast it is. And also just send support. Just support for the mission that I'm just support. You know, I do this for a living. Let me get into the question. So here is the first question. Everybody can get, this will be an example of how I answer a question. Let's see what the question was sent in by Steve. Shout out to Boom, Steve Escolar. Steve Escolar, who sends in $20 for support. Thank you, brother, for your support. I appreciate it. And the question is, what is this? Is Buddha as Ptah start off next class here or not? So he said I should start off the next class with this question, whether he is here or not, because he actually sent this 4 classes ago, maybe 3 classes ago, and I never got to it. But Buddha as Ptah, okay? And I'm sure I don't know if anybody in the room has ever heard of this before. Buddha as Ptah. Many people have heard of the first name Buddha, but maybe not the second name Ptah. So we're going to get into it. And here is an example, ladies and gentlemen, of how I answer a question. Most of these questions that come in, they're live. You can literally send them in right now. I don't know what the questions are going to be. I just do my best because of my decades and decades of teaching. The information is somewhere in here, and I will do my best to pull it out of here and throw it on the screen because I've done so many classes. So Buddha as Ptah. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let us oh yeah, thank you. One of the moderators reminded me that I'm wearing the shirt. I didn't even realize I'm actually wearing. This is Ptah. I didn't even plan this. This is Ptah. Okay, excellent. Yes, I'm wearing the shirt. I didn't even realize it. I am wearing the shirt of Ptah. That is Ptah right there on my shirt. Hey, Ptah. Okay, let's get into it. Buddha as Ptah. I think I was teaching a class once, and the brother asked me. I was teaching, and a brother said something about Buddha, and I may have said Buddha was taken from Ptah, and I left it like that. And a lot of times when I just leave things like that provokes people to say, hey, what do you mean by that? Can you answer that, please? So instead of giving opinions, let's get into how I answer questions. Let's get into it. Let me see where we are here. I'll show you guys images, visuals. Let's get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Buddha as Ptah. Okay, Buddha as Ptah. Let's see. Contact me, yeah, contact me. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. We're going to get right into it. It's only 7:45, and we're going to be here till about 10:30. That means I have a lot of time to answer questions. We have a lot of time here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the screen share so we can see what is this Buddha and Ptah situation that Tehuti talks about. What is Tehuti talking about? He's crazy. What do you mean Buddha is Ptah? I don't know. Let's check it out. First, everybody can see the screen. We'll do a little class test. What can you make out in all these Hebrew letters? Now, this is interesting because the Hebrews put this up as, and it's funny, I'm going to the Hebrews, people asking about Buddha and Ptah, I'm starting off with Hebrew. You'll see why. The Hebrews put this up all the time on their websites. They call it ancient Hebrew letters, and they put in brackets Paleo-Hebrew alphabet. Of course, Paleo-Hebrew alphabet is a term that was invented by a European. There was no ancient language called Paleo-Hebrew alphabet. They do this subconsciously just so you can have the word Hebrew in your mind. There was no ancient language ever called Hebrew. These are not ancient Hebrew letters. These are other people's cultures' letters, such as Canaanite letters, which came from Medu Neter. When you look at these letters, what do you see? We see the first one is Aleph, and the Aleph is actually right here. This is a bull's head. This is where you get the English letter A, and this is where you get the word alphabet. Alphabet is from the word Aleph, and then the next one is Beta. So you see here, ox is the first one, then the next one is house, in-house. And that is literally the Medu Neter symbol for house. Eventually became known as Beit, but it originally was a ha, which is the house, and it also was a word for husband, which is where you get the term husband actually from, which is house band, a band around the house. So this is Aleph, which is an ox, and that is the Beit. And you can look at these so-called Hebrew letters, which are not Hebrew, and you can actually see that they come from the Medu Neter. Well, that's not the only thing that was taken from the Medu Neter, but we're going to get into just starting off with that. So make note of this. What I want to focus on is on the very first letter of your English alphabet actually came from this, which is the Aleph, and this is what formed your letter A, which the letter A is an upside down bull with its horns pointing down. Originally, the letter A was the bull with the head at the bottom and the horns pointing up. Okay, all the way to the Greek. So what time it got into the Greek? You see the ox head, which is the letter A, and here's the ox head right here. And you can see it transforming into the Phoenician, which came about around 1500 to 1200 BCE. You can see where it loses detail, and you can literally see the letter A that you have today forming. Comes into the Greek alphabet, and then into the Roman, and then of course we have the English. All of this is the ancient bullhead of Ptah. Ptah, who was the god of the tongue, the god of sound. And of course, the way that you relay messages is through your tongue and sound, which is speaking and communication. And of course, how could you speak and communicate without an alphabet? So thus they take Ptah, the god of communication, who was symbolized by the bull's head, and they make that the first letter in the English, Hebrew, Greek, Roman alphabet, and it's in our alphabet. Today, that is from the bull Ptah. And then the next one was the hieroglyphic for shelter, and that is Beta, which is the symbol of the woman who is called the house or the womb because she housed the child. This was called the He or the Het or the Beit, and this is where you get terms like Het Heru, which eventually mutated into the Greek word Hathor, broken up into two words, Het, which is house, which is the womb of Horus. So from these two letters, you have the English alphabet. And that's why nobody in this room can say the alphabet, because as soon as you say it, you leave the letter A and B, which means no longer the alphabet. So if you say A, B, C, the second you say C, you're no longer in the alphabet, because the alphabet is only the letter A and B, and that is because of Ptah and Het Heru, who was also Sekhmet, which was Ptah's wife. Okay, Ptah's mate. We're going to skip the rest of the alphabet and get into, here's the Hebrew alphabet. The Phoenician, around 1200 to 150 BC, and we see the parent language is the Egyptian hieroglyphic. The child languages are, of course, the Hebrew at the bottom. With all this in mind, let's look at the Medu Neter word. This is on the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary on page 227. Remember that show? 227? But here we have page 227, and we see the word bet. Bet. Right here, bet, which is the little dot underneath. If you see that little dot there underneath, that turns the letter T into a D sound. So this is bed. This is bed. And bed is to burn, illuminate, or to shine. Bed, beda. Beda is beta, which is to shine or illuminate, or to shine something. Let's look at Buddha. Now, a lot of people talk about Buddha. Buddha is a very popular character. There's only one problem, and that one problem is he's not a character. There was not one person called Buddha. Buddha is actually from Bet. Buddha is actually a concept that can be in any man. Now, the person that they associate it with is a man named Siddhartha Gautama, made up of two words in the Sanskrit language. He who has found meaning, and we're going to get into that. He who has found meaning. But here is Buddha when you look it up in the etymological dictionary, and I would suggest for everybody to go to etymology.com, etym online, and you will find where the origin of words actually come from. So Buddha, an epithet applied to the historical founder of Buddhism, 1680s, right? Awakened, enlightened. You see that word enlightened as in light? Boot, to awake, to know, to perceive. Because when you know something, then that is associated with light. And that's why when people think of things in cartoons, they put a light bulb over your head. When you're intelligent, they call you brilliant. Brilliant is from bright and brilliant. Luak, which is light, which is perception, which is light, or to burn something, which comes from this concept of here, which is bed, beda, bed. And the reason I have an A at the end, because in the Mennonite language, you can pronounce a vowel at the end of a word. You can pronounce it before the word too, but beta, beda is to burn incense or to illuminate or to shine. So there we have Buddha down here, and then we have Buddha, which is to be aware, to make aware. So he is the awakened one. He is the enlightened one. The sage of the Sakyas and his family clan, who lived in northern India, 5th century BC. Okay, the problem is that when you, we'll get into that. When you look up Buddha, you actually never find one person. The letter B is a soft P, and the D is a soft T. Okay, so B and P are actually the same letter, and they actually derive from each other. One is a soft B, and one is a hard P. They're actually the same. That's why when you flip a P upside down, you actually see the letter B, the lowercase b, because B and P is actually the same thing. The letter D is actually a soft T. That's why when you look up words in the meta-netter, some of them end in, some of them have the word D in it and T in it, or T, and it's the exact same meaning because D and T also are the same letter in ancient times. So now say Buddha with the P replacing the B and the T replacing the D, and you know what you get? You get Ptah, or you get Beta. Beta or Ptah, the original awakened one, and we'll get into why the Ptah was called the awakened one, because there was two Ptahs, and we're going to get into both of them, where the concept was taken from, and then the Ptah that came afterwards of the original sage who taught enlightenment. We'll get into that. Here is Ptah, the same one you see on my shirt, except for this Ptah. This Ptah goes back 1390 BC. Interestingly enough, 1,100 years prior to this, Ptah is in the pyramid text. Ptah, the awakener or the opener in the pyramid text is 2400 BCE. At the time of 2400 BCE, there was no China, there was no Buddha, there was none of these things. No Asia. Asia comes from the Akkadian word asu. There was no ancient place called Asia when Ptah, the awakener, was being taught of, the opener. So this is Ptah over here. And Ptah is also known as the opener or the awakened one because there is a Ptah Sakar Osiris. So this is in the British Museum number EA22814. And we have Ptah Sakar Osiris, which is Osiris the awakened one, because Osiris is the ancient Neter who was killed, as they have it in the story, and then he became awakened, he became enlightened, he came back into existence, and he was also known as Ptah Sakar Osiris, found in the mummy of Sheshapi and Mihet. Okay, now if we keep going, who was Ptah the consort of? Ptah was the consort of Sekhmet. Sekhmet, which is the Hathor, which is the het symbol, who became the goddess of senses or smell goods. Here is the symbol of the sacred bull. This was called Apu, which means the opener, because the horns would literally open up the enemy. Apu is where you get the word apis from, and then apis, of course, when you add the asar, because asar was the awakened one who died and then resurrected. When you put the asar in front of the apu or the apis, you get asar Apis, and that eventually became Serapis, who eventually became Jesus, the awakener or the resurrected one. But here is where it comes from. This is the sacred bull, Apis limestone, originally painted, days of Nektambu, 30th dynasty, found in the Serapeum at Saqqara. So he was the bull. Okay, that is and here is Ptah and Sekhmet. You see Ptah and Sekhmet. And you see Ptah as the bull and Sekhmet as the serpent. This is Ptah and Sekhmet. One of the reasons why you see Buddha and other cultures sitting in the middle of several serpents, which goes back to Kemet, prior to a Buddha even existed. This is this is a Ptah in the Brooklyn Museum, N372.2. Now remember, Buddha's name, according to the story, what was Buddha's name? Siddhartha Gautama. Let me go back to the chat and see if anybody can guess. Guess what Siddhartha Gautama means? Because remember, Ptah is this being right here, which was the ancient bull. What is Siddhartha Gautama? Because when they try to pinpoint who Buddha is, which he was not one person, they say his name is Siddhartha Gautama. Guess what that means? Let's look it up. So we go to the etymological dictionary, surname of Buddha, Sanskrit, properly patronymic, literally. What does it mean? Descendant of the great ox. Siddhartha Gautama, Buddha's name, means the ox and the bull. Boom! There it is, okay? So there's your Buddha. Your Buddha is Ptah. Ptah is Buddha. Buddha is where Ptah is the great opener, the great awakened one. And let's get into it a little more to find out how did it get associated with this here, because this is the image, this is the Buddha they always show us, who's supposed to represent discipline and spirituality. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So if you follow Buddha, discipline and spirituality, here's what she'll look like. Here is the symbol, ladies and gentlemen, that is on every restaurant, that is all over the world as Buddha. Whenever you close your eyes and think of Buddha, you see this man holding his belly. His belly is big enough to rest on his leg. This is utterly ridiculous. That this is the symbol of the enlightener. This is a warped, new, mutated version of Buddha, because there never was a Buddha. There never was one person named Buddha, and if there was, he definitely did not look like this. But of course, they're going to show you this, and they're not going to show you the Vietnamese ancient images of Buddha who look like this. How about this? Ladies and gentlemen, here is the other images of Buddha that they never show you. Who's this brother right here? You ever seen this in a restaurant? Anybody ever seen these three brothers here in the restaurant with a hairstyle that is very common amongst black women called China bumps, right? So here is, they always show you the out of shape, undisciplined Buddha, but not these brothers. Buddha was not any one individual man, but a concept of an awakener who was associated with an ox, a concept again originating with Kemet. Look at these beautiful brothers here. These are the depictions of Buddha, not one person, and that's why they don't look the same. Do these three people look the same? Absolutely not. One thing does look very similar about them, and that is that if they were alive during the 1800s, they'd all be lynched. I'll just say that. They would all be lynched. Nobody would try to start speaking to any of these brothers in Chinese or Sanskrit. If anybody saw these brothers in the 1800s, they would all be lynched. But here is your images of Buddha, because it originally represented our brothers that were enlightened. It was a group of them, Buddhas, not just one being, but the original one came from the concept of Ptah. And then as far as Buddha being associated with not just the ox, but the opener of an awakener and a teacher of spirituality and discipline, comes from this right here. Here is the other Ptah. This is Ptah Hotep. This is the other Ptah. This is the original awakener teacher of the Buddha or the Ptah or the Buddha, as they eventually started calling the concept. This is Ptah, the real one, the one that actually existed. This is his book. This beautiful thing about our culture, ladies and gentlemen, is that we can show it. It exists. People write about themselves, and we can go to what they wrote about themselves. Now these things are held in museums. This is museum number 10509, and this is the Book of Ptah dating back 2375 BC, museum number 100509. This is the first book of enlightenment on the planet. Let me repeat and say this again. This is the first book of the awakening or enlightenment on the planet. This is the first writing of moral standards and spirituality on the planet. This is the Ptah. This is the original Buddha. This is the original awakener. This is the original man that was named after the netter of the ox. This is him. This is the original. This is not the Siddhartha Gautama, which became a concept that they can't trace who that person is. Here is the original being of the ox, Ptah, who was named after the ox god, the awakener, and there is his book. Here is him. This is not a picture drawn by me. This is not a picture drawn by anybody today. This is not an image drawn by anybody of today. Like when you ask the Hebrew Israelites and the Christians, show you a picture of Moses, show you a picture of King David, all you get is cartoons that were made like 4 years ago to 20 years ago. No, ladies and gentlemen, this is drawn by the people themselves, because we in the Tehuti Podclass, we go by artifacts. Okay? So here is the artifact drawn by the people of 2375 BC of the original Saba. This is the enlightener, teacher of Ma'at, first teacher of self-correction. What is the thing that people always talk about Buddha is a teacher of? He's a teacher of humility. He's a teacher of analyzing oneself. Look at all the things that deal with going into self and spirituality and being a humble man. Those teachings do not come from Buddha. The very first teacher of self-correction is Ptah, and here are his words in the Medu Netter, word for word translation that we will read together. Here are the laws of Ma'at. These are the first laws of Ma'at, not 42 negative confessions and all the ridiculousness that people are teaching that the laws of Ma'at are. No, the Kemetans never said those are the laws of Ma'at. Here is the laws of Ma'at. Here is Ma'at. And it's called it right in the writings. So here is one of the principles. If you are to be among leaders, so first of all, it's talking about you being exalted higher than other people. Most people, when they're exalted as higher than other people, a strange kind of ego steps in and they end up losing themselves and abusing the masses. But the laws of Ma'at say, if you are to be a leader amongst the people, in charge of the guidance of the many, that means you're a decision maker. People are watching you. What is the very first thing you should do in the laws of Ma'at? Look what it says. Right? Keki nek zep neb menech, which is search thyself for every flaw thoroughly. So before you do anything, if you're even, look at what it says in the top. If you are to be, you're not even a leader yet. So before you can become a leader, if you are to be amongst the leaders, and you're going to be, that means you're not it yet. You're going to be in charge of many. That means before you tell anyone what to do, the very first law of Ma'at says, search thyself for every flaw thoroughly. So before you can lead any group of people, the original Buddha, the original Ptah, the original awakened one, the original teacher of guidance says to go inwards and find the flaws in yourself. If you do not correct the flaws within self, you are in no position to be a leader of many. Imagine if presidents and leaders today just follow this one law of Ma'at. This whole world would be different. Because what does everybody do when they speak and try to lead or talk about people? They always talk about, this person's doing this. You should do this. If you want to be better, you should do this. They don't talk about what they're doing. You have to be the example where you can teach by silence. And I told one of my goddesses this a couple days ago. I said, when you have a fitness physique man, a man that's in fitness physique, or a healthy man, and you have a pastor, what is the difference between a pastor and a true healthy man that takes care of his body and builds his body? Is that the healthy man can stand still. He doesn't have to speak. He stands still, and you look at him, and you can tell this man, whatever he's doing, he's taking care of himself. That means that when he works out, exercises, has his diet impeccable, has his diet in discipline, that's all done privately. That's a difference between a person who is in physique and a pastor. It's not debatable. It's not his opinion. You can see it. And usually people that are in physique go and get checkups and check out their insides too. But you can see it from the outside that this man, especially if you see their journey on how they lost their fat, he can stand silently and you can look at him, and then 6 o'clock comes, he says, oh, it's time to eat. Oh, it's time to go to the gym. Oh, I don't eat this. I have to weigh this food. I eat that. I do this, because he's disciplined. Whereas a pastor, where's the pastor in shape? Is it TD Jakes? Who? The pastor and the religious leaders, they can give opinions. Do this. Jesus loves you. Say this. Spirit. You worship Christ. Da da da. And because you can talk anything. And when you go home, give me a donut. Jesus loves you. Give me a burger. Jesus loves you too. Give me a pizza. Jesus loves you. And you have no discipline in your life, and then you come out there as this big fat Buddha or big fat pastor, and you have millions of followers. Because you're just talking. You didn't search yourself first and look for the flaws and say, listen, before I even teach anybody that Jesus loves them, do I even love myself? So this is the principle that's taught in Ma'at. Love yourself and go into yourself and find the flaws until there exists in your compartment no fault. That means try to be perfect. Try to look for faults and get rid of them. Imagine you couldn't even talk to anybody unless you felt yourself the faults were taken in the particular topic you're about to talk about. You'd have to be, as they say, humble. I don't like the word humble, but we'll use it for the understanding of what people think it means. It doesn't mean what people think it means, but the humble. You're looking for faults within yourself. You're not allowed to gossip about anybody, talk about anybody, until you yourself remove all the faults within yourself. And then what did it say? What did the people themselves say? Great is Ma'at and ever at the ready. The people themselves say this is Ma'at. This is completely different from religion, where nobody themselves said in ancient times, I am a Hebrew. Nobody themselves said in ancient times, I follow the Torah. Nobody else said in ancient times, I am an Israelite. Nobody else said in ancient times, we come from Lemuria. Nobody said in ancient times, we come from Atlantis. No indigenous people say the things that people are saying today. Nobody. There's no archaeological record of anybody saying these things. But here we are with a book in the Medu Neter, where you have the man writing, saying who he is because his name's in the writing, and then at the end of this particular verse says what's great. Great is Ma'at. That is the Ptah that taught enlightenment first on the planet, and that is where you get your concept of your Buddha, your spiritual, your awakener from, whose symbol is an ox. Why would his symbol be an ox? Because literally that is the ancient symbol of the head with the horns that the ancient African people saw opening up the lion. See, people say that lions are the king of the jungle, and it's actually incorrect, because it's actually a lion has never even seen the jungle. So right off the bat, we know that's incorrect. The lion is not the king of the jungle, because a lion has never seen a jungle from the day of its birth till its death. So you can't be the king of the jungle if you've never even seen a jungle. Lions live in flat plains and in grassy type areas, and in that area they have to fight bulls and hyenas every day. And one-on-one, an adult lion and an adult bull is not even a fight. That's why they have to attack in packs. But the bull itself rips out the guts of lions, and Africans would see that. Kemetians would see that, and they would be very impressed that this animal that everybody fears is being torn apart by the peaceful animal that just eats grass, but it has these sharp horns, and it hooks and opens up the guts. And I have videos of that. So he was known as the opener. He was also standing, the male bull would stand out front. So Ptah became known as the symbol of that which leads the people or stands out front. I'm going to stop right there, but that, ladies and gentlemen, is an example of how questions are answered here at the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to you, Steve, for that awesome question, which was it this one here? No, that's Anthony. This question right here, which was Buddha as Ptah. Shout out to you, and Steve, whenever you watch this, I hope you appreciate it. That is Ptah, ladies and gentlemen. There was no ancient Buddha as one person. That's why all the images look differently, because you can be a Buddha. It was an enlightener, an awakened being, and the original Buddha or Ptah was 2375 BCE, named after the netter that was before him, which was the netter of the bull, the awakener, or the enlightened one, which is what the word actually even means, the opener. So shout out to you. Thank you for the question, and let's get on to the next question. Okay, let's go. Let's see who else we have. Who else? Oh, we have from who else is this here? Sorry, everybody. Let me find the question. Let me go back to the notifications. It was a question that was asked. Oh, good. I see a lot of Cash Apps and PayPals are coming in. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to try my best to get to all of them. And I want to, and if Mandarin is in the room, I saw what you asked. You asked it before. We're going to talk about that. The thing you sent me, the translation of it, it's a huge set of writings, and it's a mixture of the Medu-Neter words that are familiar today, and then the Medu-Neter the words that have Nubian words in it. It's a little bit more difficult to translate. I say Nubian, that's what people call them today, Nahasi words. So the Medu-Neter that the Nahasi, or what they call the Nubian pharaohs, spoke down at the down towards the Ethiopian era was a little bit different, and I'm going to go through it and get into that translation if I can. Okay, so I did see that earlier today. You sent me that question. Okay, so the question that was asked, was it let me see. It was about, one moment, everybody. I have to do this manually because I'm the I'm the engineer, the teacher, and all of it combined. So I gotta where is it? It was 777 or 1777. Let me go and look over here. Everybody be patient. Because I do want to put it on the screen. I just got to find it again. It is and then I'm going to take a little break after this, and I have to take a little eat break. So what? The date of the last pod class was the 25th. Let me see where this is. Sorry, everybody. February. I'll just put. Okay, let me see. Is this it here? No, that's Lamar. Oh, it's Anthony. Anthony Peru. That's right. Anthony, let me go ahead and show this on the screen. Yes, you can warm that up. Yes, thank you. Let me get back to the room. And I don't know if Anthony Peruch, are you in the room by any chance? Is that Aliku shot? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to do a screen share. Here is the question. I believe this is a brother that also bought a book. And here is his Podclass question that he sent in. Boom. And it is, Aliku shot. It is, why is Orion's belt so vital in Kemet? What? That's a great question. Wow. Great question. And it seems like something everybody talks about. It's so common that everybody talks about Orion and Kemet, but yeah, why? Why is that? I don't know. Why is that? Let's see. Let's see if I can answer that question. Why is the Orion belt vital in Kemet? Beautiful question. Alakut, are you in the room? If so, press 1. I'd like you to be here while I attempt to answer this. Scribe says, wow, that was amazing. Thank you, brother. Alakut, are you in the room? You sent in the question. I gotta scroll all the way down because it's moving faster. The chat is moving faster. Alakut says, yes, I am. Where are you? Wow, it already went past him. It's so fast. Okay. Alakut, there he is. Alakut says, here we go. I thought I saw one that says, yes, I am. Okay, here he is. Yes, I am. So Alakut, shout out to you. Thank you for that question, ladies and gentlemen. Here is how I answer questions. I'm going to do my best. And everybody, please support. Send in the Cash App if you appreciate the time and what I do. If you think there's a better place to go to get these kind of questions asked, then please send me the link so that I can go and ask these questions too, because I think we all need to be thorough teachers. And I'm trying to show the best example I can of how do you be a thorough teacher in that which you're talking about. How can you take a question and answer it thoroughly? So let's get into it. Orion, huh? Orion's, let me screen share. Here we go. I'm gonna see if I can not get this. I love these questions. I love the question, brother. Thank you for asking it. Let me get this off the screen. Sorry, I don't want this big thing on the screen here. That is my email, and I'll take that off the screen, and I'll put where'd it go? Support? No, I don't want that. Where did my Okay, good. Here we go. I'm going to answer the question. Orion. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. One moment, everybody. Let me just Okay, here we go. Screen share. Boom. Alucat says, why is Orion vital to the Kemetians? What is it about this Orion? Why do they keep doing that? Okay, so first off, here is an image of the Aku, Mer Aku, that Europeans are calling the Pyramidos. It was never called a pyramid, it's called the Mer Aku. They want to call it a pyramid so they can group any building that looks triangular into the same category as the Mer Akut of Giza, and there's literally nothing on the planet that compares to that but they want to call it a pyramid so they can say, hey, there's a pyramid over here. Hey, there's a pyramid over here. Hey, look, everybody had pyramids. Pyramids over. No. This was called an Aku, and it generated light energy, and it was a specific generation machine. But before we get into that, we will look at that. If you look at the king and queen's chamber, you see they're actually pointing up to something. It's not just Orion, but it's Orion and Sirius. Both of these are important because both of these work together. Orion, as they're calling it, and Sirius. The real names are Sahu and Sapti. Sabtet is where you get the Sheba from, the so-called story of the Queen of Sheba. Well, that's a made-up story too. But we'll get into that afterwards. But let's take a look. Let's get deep. 1 second, everybody, hold on. Oops, sorry. Should I even get into the? No, I'm not even gonna get into that. No. Let's start off with this. Here we go. So we're gonna go into the oldest spiritual writings that spoke about Orion on the planet when it came to Kemet or the Nile Valley. And that is the pyramid text. Pyramid text dates back, the writing dates back to about 2400 BC. Pyramid texts themselves date back a little bit older, but the writing dates back to that time. And we're going to go to sarcophagus south wall. We're going to go to the south wall of the pyramid text, which has utterances 218. And it says here, utterance 218, in your name, and this is Osiris's name, he in Orion, your time is in heaven, your time is on earth. Osiris, which is Asar, turn your face so that you see this Unas. Very interesting. Let's analyze this again. So, Osiris is being called Orion. Osiris's name is he who is he in Orion. Your time is in heaven, your time is on earth. Let's go up to utterance 216. So this is utterance 218, line 186, and now utterance 216, 151. Very important, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are verifying what the culture is according to the culture's words themselves. That's why I always go to what the culture says themselves. Is a very difficult task because everybody wants to add their 2022 opinion. Let's go to what the culture wrote themselves about Orion. Orion is encircled by the Duat. Duat is the underworld or the dark world. Actually, the light world. It's the dark world and the light world. We'll get into that later. But when the one who lives in the horizon purifies himself. So here we are with Orion being associated with a horizon. Sothis, which is Sapti, encircled by the Duat. So this is Sirius. What they're called. Sapti is the Sirius star. Okay, so Orion and Sapti are both associated with the horizon. When the one who lives in the horizon purifies himself, this Unas is encircled by the Duat. When the one who lives in the horizon, notice the Kemetians always are repeating what is to be focused on. The one who lives in the horizon, the one who lives in the horizon, the one who lives in the horizon. So this Orion in the Sirius star, in this Orion star constellation, is associated with the horizon. And we're going to get into vernal heliacal equinox rising and why it's associated with the horizon and why it's important in Kemet. So, one who lives in the horizon purifies himself. He is content because of them. He is refreshed because of them. Refreshed is reborn, rejuvenated. In the arms of his father, in the arms of Atum. So Orion was the Osahu, was the heavenly father. Orion. This is interesting because I got into a debate and beat this guy Vocab Malone. He kept saying Orion is the god of the heavens. Orion is the god of the when I said Orion is the god of the heavens, Orion is the god of the heavens. Orion is the god of yes, literally. Osiris is the god of the heavens. Yes, literally Osiris's name is Orion. As you look up into the heavens, the star constellations are forming his body. He's associated. No, he said, no, Osiris is the god of the underworld. Osiris is the, no. Yeah, he's both. So he is he who is in the horizon, he who is in the Orion, he who lives in the horizon. in the arms of his father Atum. What is Atum? Atum is a word that means completion. That means when the sun begins in the morning, it moves across the horizon, and then it gets to the end, which is called the Atum or the Amun, and then it is hidden. That means it is nighttime. It's made its completion. It's called the Tum. That's where you get the word atom from. Okay, now, as this got mutated and taken and stolen by the Greeks, they took Imhotep's name, turned Imhotep's name into Acephalus, and then they have a conversation that says, do you not know, Acephalus, that Egypt is in the image of heaven? Or, to speak more exactly, in Egypt all the operations of the powers which rule and the work of heaven has been transferred to earth below. Nay, it should rather be said that the whole cosmos dwells in our land as his sanctuary. This is where the concept of as above, so below comes from, or the microcosm and the macrocosm. Thank you, right there. The microcosm and the macrocosm. Okay. So now, let's get into it. So this is the heliacal rising. So, Akhet. Akhet, you can look up Akhet. Akhet is the first season of the ancient Kemetic calendar. Was Akhet, appearance. It ran from mid-July to mid-November. This was the season in which the inundation, which is the flood, occurred. It was hoped that the flood was not too low, resulting in poor harvest, or too high, resulting in the destruction of the mud brick houses and paths built near the Nile. The inundation of the flood was also associated with the star Sirius, because of the star reappeared after the 70-day absence. This is where you get your 70 from. This is why I broke down on several occasions that 70 was a sacred number. 70 was a space that you would wait for into the rebirth. This became the sacred number 70, which became the word Septuagint, and why 70 and 72 became a sacred number throughout the Greeks, because they understood that 70 was a very special time period in ancient Kemet, coming from Orion and Sirius, and the rebirth of Osiris, or the rebirth of Heru. The rebirth, the new year heralding in the flood. The star was associated with Subtet. See, that's Subtet, Sothis, Sirius, and Auset. So here we have the symbolic Orion, symbolic Osiris, and symbolic Auset. The inundation was a quiet time for farmers as the fields were largely submerged. So if you look at this image here, we see, if you look into the east from the side of the pyramids or the Akuz, you see the Sirius star beginning to rise. You also see something interesting. At one time, you can see Venus. Venus, which was also called Lucifer, which is also another name for Isis, or Auset, Venus, Lucifer, which meant the circle of light. And of course, because of the hatred for women, Lucifer then becomes the evil devil, because they hate women. So Lucifer becomes the devil, and then the devil tricks the woman, and then the woman, the trick the whole world comes from the biblical concept that it was all the woman's fault, which is why they call the first bones Lucy, from Lucifer. So it's all, but we're getting into that later. So the first sighting of Sirius and its association with the rebirth of the Nile was so important that its heliacal rising marked the start of the Kemetic calendar year. Heliacal relates to the star's proximity to the sun, Helios in Greek. At the time Sirius made its first appearance in early July, seen from the ancient capital of Memphis, as they call it. But due to the precession of the equinoxes, the star now raises into view in nearly August. So here we see the Orion star constellation, and then here we see the Sirius. So what happens is that as the Earth is spinning, yes, the Earth is spinning, it's not flat. As the Earth is spinning and we're seeing the constellations appearing to move, they would come across the horizon, and when they came across the horizon, when the Sirius one came across the horizon, it would be a heliacal rising, which means that it's rising the same time as the sun. And when that sun peaks at that time, boom, the flood starts. So the Orion and the Sirius star coming across the horizon mark the birth of the new year called Aktet, and that's one of the reasons why it was so important to the Kemetians. But of course, I'm not done there. Let us take a look at the star that marked the preparation. So remember, the female goddesses were sex goddesses. That means that we're fertility, creation goddesses. The word creator is actually a feminine word from the word caress, which is feminine, a feminine goddess. This is from Aset. She was the goddess of fertility, and this is the brightest star in the Canis Minor, found on page 664 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, and we see the dog star. The dog star, or the rising of Sothis, marked the beginning of the Egyptian New Year. And look at the shape that represented. So you can see this shape here. You see the star right there. This is where they get the star from. That's why you have stars on your schoolwork when you do good. That's why you have stars on the flag. It comes from the Kemetic star, which is from the word Ishtar, Ishtaroth, and East, or Eastern Star, which is all from the word Aset. And you see the egg there, the egg of fertility. You see the feminine symbol of the loaf of bread there, which represents feeding or keeping something sustained. And then look what you see here. You see a triangle. The triangle which represented the female and Soptet, or Sothis. One of the reasons why a so-called pyramid is in the shape of the triangle. You have Sept here. See, a form of Hathor. Sept, which means to be prepared or to get ready, because that is what the woman does, and that is what the farmers were doing as they were preparing and getting ready for the flood so that they can have the rest of the year. You have the flood, and then you have the inundation period. Then you have a growth period, and then you have a harvesting period. So Sapti, which was one of Aset's name, was a word for getting ready. Right? Getting ready, because that is what the woman does. The woman gets the child ready in the womb. And that's why when you look inside the pyramid, inside you see the king's chamber. You see the queen's chamber points out to Sirius. See, Sirius, that's the woman's chamber. Right? And then you have what they call the king's chamber, and that points to the Orion Zeta. You see that? So the Orion, which is a Sar, represents a Sar, the males, and the Sirius, which is the female, which is Aset, represents the females, both coming together to cause fertility, recreation, rebirth in Kemet, which is the result of the flood. Okay, and of course, I'm not done yet. One of my favorite topics. Let's look into this of how, remember, see the symbol over here? The Sapti, which is Sirius. The Kemetians drew this as a triangle because, lo and behold, the triangle is actually the summer triangle of the Sirius B, Vega, Deneb, and Altair, and Sirius A, the large huge sun. And the summer triangle forms the triangle. That was the symbol of Aset. Symbol triangle appears virtually overhead around the solar midnight during the summer. It is also visible in the eastern sky in early mornings during the spring and the autumn winter evenings, and the triangle is visible in the western sky until January. The triangle was a symbol of Sapti. That's why when I blow it up from the pages of 663, we see Sapti, and we see the star, the egg, and we see the triangle. Okay, when we go over here, what do we see? We see the solar midnight, or dark night, is the opposite of the solar noon, when the sun is the closest to Nadar. And in the nights, equidistant from the dusk till dawn, due to the advent of the time zones, which regularize the time across the range of meridians, and daylight saving time, solar midnight rarely coincides with 12 midnight on the clock. And of course, when you blow up this symbol, we see the pyramids here, the Akuz, pointing up to Orion, which is Sahu, which is the other name of Osar. So the Orion star constellation represented Osar, the heavenly father, right? And this is why they say that the powers that rule and work in the heavens are to be transferred to the earth below, which is the as above, so below symbols. Okay, over here, here's the Aktet. And what's interesting is that the pyramids, the Akets, Amers, form a diagonal of 45 degrees due north-south. The last time Orion formed that degree was 10,500 years ago. So people are saying, hey, even though the three pyramids kind of look like the three stars in the Orion star constellation, they don't really line up right now. Yeah, because they line up 10,500 years ago, and then they line up the last 25,920 years, 34,000 years ago, when the Neter ruled. That was called the Zep Tepi. They were at the lowest point of the precessional circle, and here is the alignment where you have the three pyramids, the three stars of Orion. What do you have over here? The Milky Way, right? The Milky Way, because what produces milk? What produces milk? Cows, right? Who's the symbol of the cow? Hathor, right? So you have Hathor, and you have, here it is right here, you have the three stars of Orion, and then you have the Milky Way, and then you have the three pyramids. Over here are the Akuz, and over here you have the fertile Nile. Milk, Nile. See that right there? That is the alignment, because the Kemetians were focused on the as above, so below principle, and that's why the three stars in the constellation of Orion's belt match up with the three great pyramids, or the as above, so below was the understanding brought to the world by Kemet. The nature of the universe lives through you and is seen in your surroundings. So the Kemetians did not see themselves as separate from the universe that surrounded them. That's why they were a god. They were a Neter. Asar was a Neter. Aset was a Neter. Your child was a Neter. The grass was a Neter. The lake was a Neter. People always say, whoa, the Neter is real. The Neters were everything encompassing, physical beings and nature itself, because we didn't see ourselves as separate. When the Kemetians had something, it represented a larger function inside of the universe. Okay? And I think I did that. And then it spreads across the world. And now you go to China, to the Zion pyramids. You see the same formations. You go to Mexico, Teotihuacan. You see the same formations. You even go to Mars and you see the same formations, because this concept started spreading. And what's interesting here, and we're going to show this for all the Christians and the Hebrews out there, is that, remember the Lord's Prayer, our Father who art in heaven. So in Kemet, the concept of heaven, or the heavens, the male side of it was Orion. Well, look, here we are in the Blue Letter Bible, our Father who art in heaven. And let's look at the word for heaven in the Christians. This is Strong's letter word G3772. And what is that? Oh, it's Orionos. What does Orionos sound like, everybody? So the word for heaven in Greek is Orionos. Okay, Orionos. All right? And what do they have Orionos as? The aerial heavens, or the sky. You see that? Region where the clouds and the tempests gather under thunder, lightning. The region above the sidereal heavens, see the order of things. You see that? Heaven in ancient times was the sky, not the place where there's a God waiting for you that you go after you die. It was the sky. It was Orion. And we will end off by the Lord's Prayer, ladies and gentlemen. Bow your heads, and we will say the Lord's Prayer, which Jesus taught us in this fashion. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. We'll stop right there. What does that sound like? I'll read it again. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father who art in heaven, the heavenly Father, Orion, Osiris, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Doesn't that sound exactly like this? Do you know, Acephalus, that Egypt is an image of heaven? Or to speak more exactly, in Egypt all operations of the power which rule and work the heavens have been transferred to the earth below. Nay, it rather should be said that the whole cosmos dwells in our land as this sanctuary. Is that not this Lord's Prayer? Our Father, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, on earth as it is in heaven, or on earth as it is in Orionos. on Earth as it is in Orion. And that's why when you come to different parts of the Earth, you see the symbol of Orion, the heaven, on the planet Earth. And of course, who taught us this? This guy right here with his 2 fingers up, Jesus, with his 2 fingers up. Lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, the 2 fingers up in Kemet was the symbol of Osiris rising to Orion. Let's go to the Met Museum, to the 2-finger amulet of 664 to 634 BC. And we see the amulet depicts the stylized human fingers. About life-size 2-finger amulet were used exclusively for the dead, were often found placed on embalming incision, which was made during the mummification process. These amulets were meant to be magical to heal the wounds. And it is a symbol of the stairway, which is found in the Book of the Dead, page LXXI, and the pyramid text, which says, Pepi has gone straight away into the heaven by means of the 2 fingers. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the symbol of the 2 fingers, which represent the ladder to Orion, and of course taught by the man who has his 2 fingers up, who teaches us the Lord's Prayer, because the whole thing is stolen from Orion and Asar. That is my answer, and I hope I answered your question on why the Orion star constellation is so important to Kemet. Boom. All right, Alaku, take that answer for what it is, and that is my answer. Digest it, and I hope you appreciated it. It takes a lot of time. Somebody put dang. Okay. Oh man, straight. Let's see the responses to that. We got need a boom sound effect. We got nice. We got Kemetic meta. This is moving too fast. 2 fingers was signal to the 90s by the 5%. Yeah, exactly. Because remember, this meant peace and all that. Yeah, so we have Anki Mayat. Thank you, everybody, for the appreciation of this. And thank you for the support. This is why I asked for the support, because my answers are not just going to be, well, I think that, it's not going to be like that vague nonsense. It's going to be straight to the, I'm going to give you museum numbers. I'm going to give you papyruses. I'm going to give you archaeological finds. I'm going to give you references to texts. I'm going to give you the origins. I'm going to give you Blue Letter Bible. I'm going to give you all these things, all in visual form, so you can see this is not coming from the top of my head. I'm giving you what I feel is the highest quality, so that when you teach someone, you as the students can relate with the high quality, so it doesn't sound like you're just talking opinion. Okay, and to the person who asked me the question, which is Alicott, said, that was awesome, Tehuti. Thank you, Alicott. I'm glad you appreciated it. Appreciated that answer. Jay, shout out to you. I haven't seen you in the room, but I see you now. That was beautiful. I just learned a lot. I'm glad you did. Knowledge is like a sharp knife opening up the ignorance. Wonderful. Thank you, brother. And amazing detailed build. I try my best to have it detailed. The Kemetians are very detailed, and I try to walk in their path. And of course, we have FU Bill Gates, who's here at every class. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a little break. I have to replenish my body, take a little break. Heka Keperu, that's a nice name. Heka Keperu says, wonderful. Okay. The Orion Nebula is a nursery where stars are born. See? You see? The chat room is awesome. The chat room has knowledge. Wonderful. So what I'm going to do, everybody, I'm going to take a short break. We have Sanetti saying, please send questions or support with donations via Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal. Before I take a break, maybe a 4-minute break, I'm going to let everyone know who the moderators are. These are the moderators. We have Anki M. Mayat, Nasi Aset Mer, Sanetti Amun, and an unofficial moderator who is Ahati Ma'at. He can't get a wrench because YouTube will not give him that ability, but you can ask any of them questions of what is going on in the class. Debates have been in. And questions like that, okay? And Cash App sent. I'm not sure if that's a question. I'll see. So let me go ahead and do something here because I do need to take a little short break. Everybody, moderators. Oh yeah, moderators. Okay, boom. We got 113 people in the room. This is wonderful. This is awesome. Also, those who sent hey, he says, I thought they only stole a little bit from Kemet. It looks like they stole everything. Yeah. Literally. Here's the inventor of the name Moderator Stranger. Shout out to you. They literally between Kemet and what people are calling today Sumer, which is really called Kiingi. There was no such place as Sumer by the natives. It was called Kiingi. Between those areas, the Assyria, Kemet, the reason why it appears they stole everything is because the people that rule us descend from the invaders that were with Alexander and the Ptolemies, and those people spread out to become the Catholics, the Romans, and spread out to rule the Western world, and they particularly stole everything from Kemet. That's why you don't really find you don't really find people making claims that say the Polynesians stole everything from Kemet, or the ancient Japanese stole everything from Kemet, or the Aztecs. These were their own individual cultures, which yes were influenced, but as far as literally taking something to create another culture, we just happen to be under the rule of the descendants of the Greeks and the Romans and the Ptolemies, who were literally in Kemet, and they conquered Darius conquered the Assyrians, had all the Assyrian tablets, and Alexander conquered Darius, and had access to over 35,000 Assyrian tablets and hundreds of thousands of papyruses, and from there formulated their culture. So that's why, yes, it appears like everything that we're in was stolen from Kemet. If you were to go to, say, Polynesia and live over there, you'd find, hey, it's different. I'm going to put on something for you guys while I take a step away. And also, anybody who sent in questions, if you sent in a PayPal or Cash App question and you want to, put those away now. If you want to come into the screen with me, ask a question or make a comment live on the Tehuti Podclass, you have sent your support, you can do so. I will send you the link. Yes, Hecka, they wrote themselves into history. Absolutely, they had to. That's why I always trap everybody when I say, "Hey, what did the originals, what did the indigenous people say?" And Hebrews and Christians always scatter with that question, is because when you write yourself into history, you're writing yourself into a history that already exists. So thus there are no indigenous people that say that. So every time you'll notice in all of my debates, I always ask the same question. Hey, I'm very curious that the people believed in a Jesus, and the Hebrews believed in the book of Ruth and Esther. Awesome. Could you give me where the anybody in Jesus' time said they believed in him? Could you give me anybody in ancient times that was walking around with a Torah? And you can't, because when you write yourself into history, you can write Spider-Man's story now, but you can't go back to the 70s and find an actual Spider-Man, because Spider-Man was written into a history that we all know is not even real. But if anybody believed in Spider-Man, they would think, oh, there's a man that turned into, there's the Fly, there's Superman, there's Santa Claus. No, these are just all stories written after a real history already exists. I don't know what this is, but that looks interesting. Sanetia Moon put something there. Interesting. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna put on got some water. Okay, everybody, we have Unky Mike putting on 108. Whoa, that's 108 in the chat, I guess. Yeah, nice. Awesome, everybody. Let me go ahead and put on something for everybody to watch while I take a couple minute break. Take a little break here. And maybe I'll put on a little clip of the last the vocab Malone debate, which people say they have a hard time finding because Sonetta actually put me on a back channel. He should have put me on the main channel, but he put me on a back channel, unfortunately, and therefore it's hard to people to find because nobody ever goes to that Sonetta channel. But if you type in Tehuti versus vocab Malone, you will see it. I need Sonetta to go ahead and put that on the actual real channel. Okay, let me go ahead and put this on. And I will step back a moment.
I guess you are, because you make people's money disappear.
You see that? That is my rebuttal. Or that is actually the round. The first round. You see. Picture.
Highlighted right there, and you can see.
People say they've never seen vocab Malone so rattled before. Never seen that. Okay, here's my share screen. Let's see if it's gonna go to full screen. Share system audio. I'm gonna put this on and tell me if you guys can hear this. Tell me if you guys can hear this. I'm going to mute my mics. I have it on system audio. And press a 1 if you can hear.
And the second line on the far left, where it says the word Christus, it's right there. And notice also how he mentions Caesar. The Christ suffered the extreme.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. That's a way to refer to crucifixion. Again, we have Tiberius. During this time, we have corroboration galore. And this is fascinating because you have archaeological corroboration all over. It's reasons like this that we can learn a lot of things about Jesus, even from outside sources. The list is on your screen. I wish I had time to run it down. Hopefully later I will. And I'm going to have to skip Suetonius for now, but I'll bring that back to Tehuti because I want to get to this quote from secular agnostic Bart Ehrman, who said this: with respect to Jesus, we have numerous independent accounts of his life in the sources lying behind the Gospels and the writings of Paul, sources that had originated in Jesus' native tongue, Aramaic, and that can be dated to within just a year or two of his life before the religion moved to convert pagans in droves. Historical sources like that are pretty astounding for an ancient figure of any kind. The claim that Jesus was simply made up falters on every ground. And when you talk about the writings of Paul, which are the earliest in the New Testament, besides the book of James, as far as them being completed, all of these things we can gain from the writings of Paul. This is starting in the 40s that we have writings there. So if you want someone who's not European, here's Paul. Will you accept what Paul said about Jesus?
10
it's
seconds.
on the screen for you to see. And I end with one more quote from Bart Ehrman. Jesus existed, and those vocal persons who deny it do so not because they have considered the evidence with the dispassionate eye of the historian, but because they have some other agenda that this denial serves.
Tom.
Tonight, your agenda is exposed.
All right. Unshare the screen. Mute yourself. Brother Tehuti. The 10 minutes will start. You are up next, my brother. The first round. The 10 minutes will start when you start.
Peace, brother. Before we begin, did you say that after each round we get a 3-minute rebuttal?
Yes. Right after you finish, vocab will rebuttal you for 3, you will rebuttal him for 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'm not rebuttaling what he just did right now.
No, you're doing your round first.
Okay.
You know what? Hold on.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay.
It'd be good to rebuttal fresh, right?
Yeah.
I got every time Tahuti comes on, by the way.
Hold on, let me put you on mute, Tahuti. Vocab, you hear me?
Headphones. I think he needs some headphones.
Yeah, that's what he needs. That's what it is.
That's the problem right there.
But look, Vocab, I think I like that. Do you think the 3-minute rebuttal is first? That'll be better because it's fresh.
Sure. I'm cool. Yes. Whatever you want to do.
Okay, so we'll do that. Yeah, we'll give the 3-minute rebuttal right now that you did. Tahuti is on you. 3-minute rebuttal.
Okay. Let's come in. Yes, I need yes. Can you hear me, or is there an echo because I don't have headphones?
We hear you. You ain't got an echo. I'm turning this off. You're good.
Okay, so I may not need headphones. Okay, good. All right, peace, everyone. So, as far as the 3-minute rebuttal, let's go ahead and start, and then I can get into the round. I'm going to do a screen share. Okay, screen share here, and let's get into this. Okay, so first off, as I said from the beginning, he will not show any indigenous accounts of the people discussing this creature named Jesus. Here's who he shows, though. Can everybody see my screen here? He shows all these European-looking type people. This is his picture. Now, I don't know if any of these people look anything like Eddie Murphy or even a light-skinned brother or even an Indian. But these are the pictures that he's showing, and they're all post-Jesus. These are his outside sources. These are the people that I believe and that I show are a part of this plan. They're a part of pushing this Jesus story. All of these type of people. He has not shown one indigenous writing. As a matter of fact, he showed Josephus, and he even admitted that there are errors that should be taken out. He said it's 96 AD, 93 to 96 AD, 96 years after Jesus. Imagine that. Imagine people writing about Obama. Imagine there being a silence for 96 years, and then all of a sudden somebody writes about Barack Obama or George Bush or even Michael Jackson. Jesus, who is the most important Hebrew figure, supposed to be, if he's real. And he shows this. He shows in red. He said, here are the suspicious parts that can be taken out. Now, if this was an original document, there wouldn't be any suspicious parts that need to be taken out. There wouldn't be any need to put anything in red. And you notice, and I want to know, did Josephus write Arabic? Was Josephus an Arab? So I want to see the original writing of Josephus with the translation underneath. What he shows this thing called Testimonium Flavianum, and he shows this Arabic text. And he says, see, this Arabic text doesn't have these 3 missing parts in it. Why are we looking at an Arabic text from a Hebrew? Why aren't we just looking at the original Hebrew text? Does he have the original Hebrew text? Is there original Hebrew text? Because this is a forgery. It's been proven to be a forgery. This is why he says that these 3 parts here in red are suspicious and they can be taken out. But if I show an original Kemetic document or any Sumerian document from the cuneiform tablets, I don't have to take anything out. It's the actual original tablets. But he's showing some Arabic language from a Hebrew and not showing the actual Hebrew words that this man wrote. We can't look at the original because the original wouldn't have these parts, and that's why he separated these parts and said, yeah, we can take them out. Why do we have to take them out? I thought this was the original writing. And once again, this is 96 years after this Jesus character. So again, I'm going to close out by saying there's no original documents. There's nothing. He shows this for the last 10 seconds. If I can pull the screen up. He shows Tacitus, another European here, 55 AD. Again, after Jesus. So all these are after the time of Jesus. I'm looking for original writings.
Tom, you could go right into your 10 minutes.
Okay.
Josephus is Greek, not
Hebrew. Is it his turn yet? Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, good. I'm going to get into my Okay, so this man right here. If everybody can, oh, am I screen sharing, sir?
Not yet.
Okay, let me go ahead and put it back up.
I see it. You up and running.
I'm up and running? Okay.
10 minutes will start when you're ready.
Okay, we can start now. So here we go. Here's the story that we're expected to believe of this this creature named Jesus. You have from 0 AD to 33 AD, and this is the time period that Jesus is claimed to have existed. You have all of these events taking place where he heals the sick, he resurrects dead people, he walks on water. He does all these amazing things. He resurrects people from graves that they could walk into Jerusalem. He does all of these things, and then from the time he dies, for 40 years, there's complete silence. Everyone forgets about the most powerful prophesied Son of God that came to earth to redeem the world. Then all of a sudden, after 40 years of silence, then everybody remembers all of a sudden. Then begins the book of Mark. Then begins Matthew. Then begins Luke. Okay? When you look at Jesus and his miracles and his claimed miracles, we have Matthew 14:21. 5,000 people are fed. Imagine this. 5,000 Hebrews are fed, but of course the racism will begin when we're taught that Hebrews didn't read or write their own language back then. They didn't, not a person, not even one of these 5,000 people knew how to read in his own language or write in his own language, so we don't have one diary of 5,000 starving people being fed. And it says here in Luke 5:15, but so much more went there the fame abroad of him, and great multitudes came together to hear. So the fame of Jesus is spreading all abroad, and there's multitudes coming together to hear. But wherever this fame is spreading, nobody's writing about it. Nobody's talking about it. It's just spreading some miraculous way. Now, we go over here. There are multiple references in the Bible of people of the supposed time of Jesus speaking Hebrew. Why is there not one indigenous account of the amazing prophecies of Yeshua, the Son of the Most High, he greatly affected all these people? We have references to people speaking and reading and writing Hebrew. Here it is in Acts 21:39. But Paul said, I'm a man which I am Jew of Tarsus, of the city of Cilicia, citizen of no mean the city. I beseech thee, suffer me to speak unto the people in the Hebrew language. It's not showing on the screen, but if you go to that quote, it says the Hebrew language. Here it is right here. Acts 21:40. He spoke unto them in the Hebrew tongue. So there's people speaking and listening in their Hebrew tongue. Are they illiterate where they can't write? Here we have in the story of Jesus in John 19:20, over his head. You guys remember the story when we were children? That this thing here, this wooden thing was over the cross, and the title then read, many of the Jews read it, for the place where Jesus was crucified was nigh to the city, and it was written in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, which means the people of the time were able to speak and read Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. Where are the Hebrew records of this Jesus? Here we have people writing it on the board on the top of his crucifixion so they could read it. So there's obviously people that are reading and writing Hebrew. Where's their accounts? We have Jesus' own sister. We have Mary. We have Mary of Magdalene. Jesus said unto her, Mary. She turned herself and said unto him, Rabboni. Rabboni is a Hebrew word. This is in John 20:16. So Jesus and Mary are speaking Hebrew. But you know who else speaks Hebrew at the time? Oh, we'll go on here. Now we have Jesus, when he had cried again with a loud voice, he yelled up, and behold, the veil of the temple. And I'm going to go down here. It says, and there came graves after the resurrection, and they went into the holy city. So the graves were open, and many bodies of the saints arose and came out of the graves after the resurrection and went into the city. So here, all of these decayed, dying, dead bodies by the hundreds or thousands come out of their graves and start walking into either Damascus or Jerusalem, and nobody writes about it. Nobody. Imagine that. These are saints. Saints are well-known people. And it says into the holy city. And nobody wrote about it of the indigenous people. But guess who else spoke Hebrew? Jesus himself. Jesus himself in Matthew 27:46 on the cross supposedly says, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. So he's speaking Hebrew or Aramic or whatever you want to call that language, Hebrew or Aramic. He's speaking it. Many of the Jews read this on the board. So here we are. We have Mary speaking Hebrew being written on the board above his crucifixion. Jesus himself speaking Hebrew. Them reading Hebrew, they're writing in Hebrew, but we're to believe that not a person in sight wrote a sentence about Jesus for 33 years. Here we have the Gospel of Mark. Here's where the stories begin. Gospel of Matthew, written 110 years after Jesus. When you look at the Gospel of Matthew, it's anywhere between 70 and 110. They can't even agree on the date. When you get into Matthew itself, Matthew 9:9, it says, and Jesus passed forth from there, he saw a man named Matthew. Whoever wrote this is talking about a man named Matthew sitting at the receipt of customs, and he said unto him, follow me. So Matthew himself is not writing this. A man named Matthew, but it's 70 to 110 years after Jesus' birth. We have Mark.
I am back. Peace and love, everyone. Press 1 if you can hear me. Just give you a little taste of that is under Sonora Studios. The debate between me and Vocab Malone. Was Jesus a historical character? Hope everybody enjoyed that. Glad you can hear me. I'm going to go right into the Podclass support. And see what was sent, and I'm going to start putting them up on the screen now. And we have quite a bit was sent. Quite a bit. Whoop. I see Blackulard, but I don't see the Cash App. Blackulard. One moment. One moment, everyone. Blackular's new name. Did Blackular send a Cash App? Wait, who's this? Oh, we have, of course, we have the brother, Kemetic Metergy. Are you in the room right now? Let me get back to this room. Let me close up some of these things. Too much things open here. Let me close up these things here. Kemetic Metergy, are you in the room? I'll close up some of these things. Boom, boom. I'm looking in the room. Kemetic Metergy. There you are. Front and center. And we have Dan says Cash App sent. I don't know. I have a list like go to. So let's see. I don't know. I have a bunch of them. I guess when I get to it, I will see it. I do not see it. Okay, I see it. Yes, Kemet on sun gazing, but that's about 10 donations up. So right now I'm at where'd he go? I'm at Kemetic Matter G, who said, there we go. Okay, here we go, everybody. I'm going to take this. Yeah, so Kemet, yes, I see your Cash App. And it's about 10 Cash Apps up. So let's get through these, and then we can hopefully get to you, my brother. We will get to you. So let's go ahead and deal with them one by one. So this is from let me put this in the Podclass. This is March. March. TD. Napkins. Yeah. Okay. March. Hey, where'd it go? 1 second, everyone. March 4th. Okay, so we're gonna go to 1. Oh no. Thank you, my dear. Thank you. Okay. It's very warm in here. I have to keep my place very warm because I have all these tropical snakes in here. So it's averages 90 degrees where I'm teaching right now. I feel like I'm in the Amazon 24 hours a day. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and put Kemetic Meta G has sent a Cash App, and it is a question that says, it's pulling up, and it is, boom. What is this question here? Thank you for your presence. You're welcome, my brother. Can we discuss the temple of Hathor, Dendera, Zodiac? Very interesting. Yes, I can discuss it. One moment, please. One moment, please. Kemetic Meta G, do you want to come up and ask the question live and say a little bit, or me to get right into it? I can get right into it. I can't see the screen right now. Give me a moment. Oh. One moment, everybody. Hold on. Kemetic Meta G. One moment. Okay. So, be patient with everybody. Got motorcyclists in the back. One moment. Okay, yes, children in the back. No problem. No problemo. Yes, we got his Cash App question. What book is this? Secret of the Great Pyramids. I have this. Let me see something, everybody. I have an old book. Okay, here we go. So let's get into the Zodiac. This is very important because, man, do people run with this astrology foolishness and try to tie it into Kemet. And it's getting out of hand. It's really crazy, actually. It's really crazy. It's the Ptolemies again. It's the Ptolemies again. I'm just want to show an example of people are just like. Something funny here. So let me just go ahead and get into it. I'll find the funny stuff later. So yes, whenever you when you come across people that leave Christianity, leave the religion, One of the first things they get into is usually some of the first things, crystals, tarot cards, astrology, especially astrology. And everybody can hear me, right? I hear 0. Okay, especially astrology. And unfortunately, they get caught up with believing that astrology is the same thing as astronomy, or they just don't understand the difference between astrology and astronomy. And when it comes to astrology, people say, yes, the Greeks got it from the ancient Egyptians. And it's easy to follow the pattern because there's so many things that came from Kemet that we want to think that everything came from Kemet, even in the state that it's in now. So an idea can originate in Kemet, and then we have a mutated, totally recreated version of it, and then people today want to go by the mutated version. So yes, spiders do exist. Spiders exist. Men do exist. A man named Peter does exist. Somebody with a last name Parker does exist. But you cannot take Spider-Man and Peter Parker and say, yeah, see, this is really what it is, and we're really the Spider-Man, and this is, and take the mutated version of it and say this is the original, even though, yes, spiders exist, a man named Peter exists, Parker exists, and men exist. And that's what literally happened with astrology. So let me go ahead and break it down for everybody. I'm going to show the Temple of Dendera, because this is where people are saying that they link astrology with Kemet, and it's just not so. It's just not the case. So let's go ahead and show it. Boom. So this is the actual. Well, let me get. Here is the image that flies all throughout. I think this is even a Muta Ashley book. This flies all throughout Facebook. A lot of people have seen this image before. They say this is where astrology came from. See, it's in the temple of Dendera, which is really Tentira, which is a story that comes from, which is a city mentioned in the Legends of the Gods, with the story of Tehuti helping Aset, and an area called Tentira. And they took it and made it Dendera, because remember I told you that the T and the D are interchangeable, so they turn it into Dendera. And then they found a temple in there, and inside that temple they found this right here. Okay, here is the cartoon. This is the new age rendition of what it actually looks like. And from there, this is what it actually is. So this is actually the Dendera taken off the wall and now is in the Louvre Museum. This is the actual image of it. This is the actual ceiling that people are taking and saying is actually astrology. And they're saying that this actually comes from Kemet. Unfortunately, this does not come from Kemet. And it actually dates back to around 51 BC, in the time of the Ptolemies. This is an old book that I have, and I think I have a picture of the page from the book. I don't know why it's not showing it. Let me cancel this out. Where is the... so this is from... this is on page 49 of... Secrets of the Pyramids, and these are the Europeans speaking about their own self. Page 49, and when we go into, it says, buried on the sand on its ceiling was a circular zodiac, because the zodiac clearly depicted the skies over Egypt and showed the recognizable constellations in quite different positions. The savants deduced that it must have represented the skies many centuries in the past, and the ancient Egyptians must have been acquainted with zodiac constellations in remote antiquity. Unfortunately, an inscription is also found in the temple, appeared to date it from the Ptolemaic times, shortly before our era. So another of Jannard's balloons was pricked. So the Dendera, the temple that they found, is a remake Ptolemaic version, and the Dendera that's at the top is actually made by the Ptolemies, not by the Kemetines, and this is why you cannot find that symbol anywhere else in Kemet to represent so-called astrology. Now, when we actually go to the encyclopedia itself and just read with something that we can read, something that's accessible to everybody. I don't know where. Here it is. Okay, so here's the Dendera Zodiac. Sculpture Dendera Zodiac. What? Sculpture Dendera Zodiac, widely known as the Egyptian bas relief from the ceiling, Pranos, dedicated to Osiris in the Hathor temple, containing images of Taurus the bull. So what happens is that they see an image on the wall of a bull, they see the scales of Ma'at, and then they associate it with what astrology is today. Like if you're born in a certain month, you're Taurus, and you're going to behave this way, and you're going to have this kind of day. That was not taught anywhere in Kemet. The bull represented Ptah, the scales represented Ma'at, but they're going to take it and give you the Greek rendition that the scales are Libra, and if you're born in Libra, you should get a mate that's a wife that's a Capricorn, because you see you're born in the fourth cup of Pisces, and all of this nonsense that is nowhere taught. If you ask anybody into astrology and say, hey, these teachings of astrology, that if you're born in the cup of Pisces, you're supposed to be this type of person, and Aries is this. Hey, where can I find a papyrus anywhere in Africa discussing this before the Ptolemies? This is another Ptolemaic creation. It goes on to say the chapel was begun in the late Ptolemaic period. Pranos was added by Emperor Tiberius. Led Jean-Francois Champollion to date the relief to the Greco-Roman period. This is even after the early Ptolemies. Okay, here it is right here. Now, when we look at the Dendera close up, you see it has certain eclipses in it. It shows you the star constellations and what was going on at the time that it was made. The solar eclipse on this Dendera that everybody's claiming is ancient Kemetic dates back to March the 7th. It's actually this month, March the 7th, 51 BC. Okay, so this is what when they say the ancient Dendera is Egyptian, it's ancient Kemetic, and you see the Egyptians had astrology. We had Taurus the bull and Libra. See it right there on the Dendera walls, and you go back and say, wait a minute, the eclipse on the Dendera walls date back to March, this month that we're in right now. Interesting, this question was asked today, but dates back to March 51 BC. That's where it dates back to. Then you have the solar eclipse indicates the date of March 51 BC, represented by a circle containing the goddess Isis holding a baboon and the god Thoth by the tail. There's a lunar eclipse also. The lunar eclipse indicates the date of September 52 BC, the next year, right? Or the year before. It represents the eye of Horus locked in a circle. In a lunar eclipse, September 25th, 52. So this is the actual calendar of the skies that was above the people when they were making it. And this is the part of the Dendera that people don't talk about. Okay, it's a Dendera, it's a map of the skies. Well, how are the skies focused, and what did the Dendera actually say that it was? What's the eclipse on the date on the Dendera? What does it read? What does it say? We have the lunar eclipse. We have the eclipses, and it's 51 BC, March 52 BC. This is all new stuff. Here's the new rendition of it, but it's all new stuff. It has nothing to do, this has nothing to do with any Kemetic teaching, and that's why whenever somebody breaks down the Dendera, they never teach on it with any Medu-Neter translation of what it says. Please make note that when you come across somebody that talks about astrology and the Dendera Hathor temple, say, oh, that's interesting. What does it actually say? What is there any writing with it? Does it say anything? Is it just pictures and that was it? And from there comes all of the teachings that we have today. The symbols that we have, the teachings of Scorpio, Sagittarius, all of this comes from the Ptolemies. There is not one Kemetic writing about your Sagittarius. Listen to the names themselves. The names are Greek. Ask the people that believe in this, say, oh, great, Sagittarius. What's the Kemetic name for Sagittarius? And where can I find it on the papyrus? What's the Kemetic name for Aries? And where can I find it on the papyrus saying that this is talking about a star constellation? Or talking about that this constellation affects you today. You cannot find this because it doesn't exist. When we go to things like Scorpio, so here we are, Scorpius. You see? Scorpius, the constellation of the Zodiac, its name is Latin for scorpion, right? Its symbol, the M symbol, or the Unicode symbol, Scorpius, is one of the 48 constellations identified by the Greek astronomer Ptolemy in the see? The Ptolemies are the ones that created the matrix, everybody. Whether you get into Serapis, created by the Ptolemies, whether you get into the Septuagint, the Ptolemies, whether you get into astrology, the Ptolemies, the Ptolemies, the Ptolemies, the Ptolemies. Where is Ptah-hotep? Where is Amenem-Opi? Where is Ramesses? Where is Kimwasi? Where is Kigimni? Where is the Kemetic scribes and teachers and doctors and anybody talking about this? Every time we go to look at something, the Ptolemies, the Ptolemies. The Septuagint goes back to the Ptolemies, the Ptolemies. Serapis, the resurrection god, goes back to the Ptolemies. The Serapeum, the Ptolemies. Alexandria, the Ptolemies, the Ptolemies. This is European supremacy and worship that you cannot go back to your spirituality and teachings before the Ptolemies. So here we are. It was labeled 2nd century by the Greek astronomer, the Ptolemies. This whole concept, everybody, and I'm going to end it right there because there's nothing much more to speak on from an indigenous side. The only thing you can speak on the Dendera and astrology is New Age teachings. If you hold everybody accountable and say, please teach me astrology strictly from the papyruses that Ramesses believed in. Teach me astrology from what Pharaoh Khufu believed in. Please give me astrology before the Ptolemies. Please give me that if I'm born on the second cusp of this, then this means that you're a bullish person. If you're born, they've taken Ptah, who was the spiritual awakener, spiritual opening, and they turned him into a bull, which is a stubborn person. There's nowhere in Osiris and Ptah, Sakar, Osiris, their symbol was a bull and Kemet, and the bull represented stamina, sexual virility. It represented opening, protecting the family. All of those things is what the bull represented to us. To astrology, the bull is you're stubborn. Two Tauruses shouldn't be together. They'll just be bucking stubbornly. And I'm like, oh, where do they? That's interesting teachings. Who taught that? Did the Aztecs teach this? Who taught this before the Ptolemies? Anybody? Oh no. So that means you just worship the Ptolemies. So I will say to Kemetic Metergy and anyone else that the Dendera focus on the Dendera came about only from the Ptolemies, and there was no Kemetic writing that ever focused on Tenti Ra, which is actually a city area of Tehuti and Ra. It is called Tenti Ra, spoken of in the Legend of the Gods. There was no temple that had anything that dealt with astrology. The astronomy is what I explained when this class began, when I broke down the Sirius star, the Sopti, the Orion star constellation, the vernal heliacal equinox rising. Then when it gets to a certain point, there's a flood. The farmers wait patiently. It represented preparation, getting ready. The Sopti, that is astronomy, and the Kemetians were heavy into astronomy, but not astrology. There was nowhere in Kemet that said, if you're born in April, you'll be this kind of person. If you're born in March, you'll be this kind of person. If you're a Sagittarius, you should get with a Leo. And if you're a Leo, you should stay away from the Aries. All of that is Greek teachings, and that's why every single name in astrology is a Greek word. Every name. Ask anybody, what's the Kemetic words for, where is it written of? Where is this? And it will hurt people's feelings because people really want to cling on to that because that's one of the first things that people grabbed onto after Christianity. But in reality, it doesn't exist with us. There is no, the Dendera temple is a remake by the Ptolemies who made that, who were tracking the stars for their purposes in 51 BC, but never to say that this month meant that you were going to be this kind of person and that you should check the newspaper for the back of your astrology sign. And it's one of the things that they just replaced. They gave you two avenues: Christianity, the Bible, or the astrology. And that's why one of the first things you do when people walk up to people, especially if they're trying to pick up a woman or talk to somebody, they say, hey, what's your sign, baby? What's your sign? What's your sign? Oh, I'm a Libra. Oh, I knew I was going to meet a Libra. Well, I'm Scorpio. You know, I'm hot in bed. Scorpios are hot in bed. And I'm like, Scorpios are hot in bed, so most porno stars are Scorpios? Yeah. Most porno stars, who's hotter in bed than the porno stars? They say, I met this woman, she was a Scorpio, she was wild in bed. And I say, I met a woman who was Aries, she was wild in bed. And I met a woman who was Sagittarius. Astrology is literally just making up things on the whim. And there's no ancient teachings of it at all whatsoever. So the Dendera, Tentira temple is a Ptolemaic remake, and they're the ones that added that part to it. There's no ancient version of it that they copied it from. There's nothing that shows that it had any kind of Kemetic teachings. The symbol itself has no writing beside it to explain it. It literally is a symbol of the stars that took place in 51 BC to mark the lunar eclipse. Okay, so I hope that answered, or at least that's the conversation that I will have on the Dendera. And if anyone has Kemetic information on the Dendera, they're free to bring it. Okay, so I hope I covered that. Let's get to more. I appreciate that and appreciate the support which you always give, my good brother. We have Kurt. Oh, that's a question about books. Curtis, John Curtis. John Curtis, I'm going to send you something right. Right. 1 second. John Curtis, I'm going to send you something right now. Had an inquiry. I'm going to see if I have it right here. And if I have it right here, I'm going to send it to you right now. Thank you for the inquiry. Shout out to John. Let me see if I can. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Here you go, John. If you're in the room, look out for your email. If you respond with following the directions in what I'm sending you, then I will announce that in the class. If you respond later, no problem. But I will put it. Here you go, John Curtis. That goes out to you. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the notifications. We have. Oh, okay. We have a question from someone who is actually anonymous, and I'll go over the answer. But shout out to you. Shout out to you, who you know who you are, and this is about what is this here? People of Punt. Okay, everybody. Okay. One moment, everybody. Shout out to everybody who's supporting, sending questions. Please continue to send the cash apps to support. If you don't have a question, just send in your support if you appreciate what it is that I am doing here. Let me just see something here. One moment, everyone. We got a lot. But let me see. Let me just see. Okay, let me see something here. So I'm gonna Secretary Glyph. Oldest God. One moment, everybody. Let me see something here. All this maps. Let me pull up one more thing. Cultural appropriation. I'm gonna pull up one more thing for everybody. And this is a good topic. Somebody's asking about Punt. One second, let me get my brain back in my head. Okay, so a question was asked about Punt, and I will tell everybody that, let me get to it here. Okay, get astrology out of here. We're done with vocab alone. I'm going to go ahead and show this. I always start off with what is the most accessible, and then I get into more. So I'm going to go ahead and show this. So shout out to you for sending the donation. Support to you. It was $12 and anonymous, and we'll get into let's get into Punt here. I got so much on my screen. Where are we? Here we are. Boom. Boom. And I want to go into a screen share. Okay, screen share. And here we are. Boom. So first off, to the basic research, that if you just look up Punt, we'll just establish where it is. So here is Punt in the easiest researchable, which is Wikipedia, which is really, this information is in most encyclopedias, like Encyclopedia Britannica, several. But anyways, I get to Punt. So Egyptian Punt, Punt, and it says, was the ancient kingdom of a trading partner of Egypt. It was known for producing and exporting gold, Romanic resins, backwood, ebony, ivory, wild animals, and it goes on to say that while the biblical scholars have identified it with the biblical land of Put or Havilah, at times Punt was referred to as, and here's the important thing. What is this word right here? What does this say? At times, Punt was referred to as Ptah Netjer, or, as you see in blue, Ptah Neter, which is land of the gods, or land of the Netiru. The exact location of Punt is still debated. It's only debated by those who don't want. The only reason why there's a debate of where Punt is because of racism. Okay, that's the only reason why there's a debate, because I'm going to explain what Punt actually means. Still debated by historians. Most scholars believe Punt was situated in south of Egypt, most coastal regions, and here's the important areas: Somalia, northeast Ethiopia, Eritrea, Red Sea of Sudan, the territory of both of the Horn of Africa. Okay, and then they're going to put Saudi Arabia. That's where the chaos comes in. But here we're going to expand it, and we're going to see where Punt is. Punt is in the what they call this. These are all new terms, by the way. Ethiopian, Sudanese area, Nubia. These are all invaders' terms. Sudan is an invaders' term. Nubia is an invaders' term. Ethiopia is an invaders' term. All these are invaders' terminologies. It was called Punt, and they need to hide why it was called Punt, because if you get into why it was called Punt, then we'll understand why it was called Ptah Neter. So first, we're going to analyze Punt, and I'm going to see if I have don't have it here. Book of the Dead. So we go to the Per Em Haru to see the Kemetic writings themselves, and we're gonna see something here, and see something here. Okay, so we go to, this is on plate 20. Plate 20, page 132, and we see Eastern land of the gods. This is very, very important. Land of the gods must be looked upon, and the colors of the eastern countries of Punt. You see? So Ta, Nu, Netiru. Can you see that? This is where they get the term Ta Neter. Nu is a term for of something, is new, and we have Tayu, which are the lands, plural. It's a flat land with seeds underneath it, which represents fertility, seeds underneath it. And then we have the three Netiru signs. That is the land of the gods. The reason why racism came in when trying to explain Punt is because wherever the land of the gods are, that would be where the ancient so-called Egyptians originated from. And how dare we say that the land of the gods be in Somalia and Ethiopia? How could that be? Everybody in Somalia and Ethiopia are Negroid. So how could the land of the gods be there? The Egyptians were not Negroid. Well, their land of the gods were the Netiru. Ask any racist person or anybody, who in Kemet is higher than the Netiru? So if we have the land of the Netiru, and it's in Somalia, and they were called the Nechesi, not the Nubians, then we understand that the ancient Kemetians originated in that area. This does not mean that ancient pyramids were there, because the pyramids, the so-called pyramids that were there, are only 800 BC or so. So not that, but the origination of where life originated from, the original seed comes from there, and the gods come from there. And that's why when we go down to Punt, what do we see? We see this square right here. Very important. That square is a P. P means what, or what is it, or that which is. When you say pu'uk, it means how are you? Pu'uk, it means what are you? What are you composed of? It's from the word paut, which means the origin of something. The pa, that square there is a pa, that is the origin of something. This rabbit here and this N here is the word Un. This is the name of Osiris. Name of Osiris, the fertile one, who was associated with the rabbit, who impregnated the woman of the egg. This is where you get Easter from. This is where you get the Easter bunny and the egg, which is why Easter is from the word Ishtar or Aset Ra, which is Aset, and the rabbit is Asar. He was known as Un, and the Pu means that which is of Un, where the gods are, or the god Asar originates from. So when you look at the word Punt, it literally means that which is of Asar. That's Asar's origination is in that area, and that's why, you see, the land of Punt, the land of the gods, which is why when we go to people who spoke about the area, such as Herodotus in 430 BC, in Book 2, Herodotus said, Herodotus on the Pharaoh, so far I've said that the records of my own autopsy and judgment and inquiry, henceforth I will record Egyptian chronicles according to what I have heard, adding something of what myself have seen. The priest told me that Min, which is another name for Asar, was the first of the kings of Egypt, and that first separated Memphis from the Nile by a dam. After him, there came 330 kings, whose names the priest recited from the papyrus scroll, and many generations were 18 Ethiopian kings and queens native to the country. So according to what Herodotus is being told by the Kemetians themselves, that the first of the kings, Min, the real Min, not the Min that came after, not the Min that everybody thinks is Narmer. This is the Min that is Asar. Min is the erected one, the firm one. That's why he's shown with the erected penis, because he's Asar laying down with a penis erection that it starts where? In the Ethiopian area. Okay, that's according to Herodotus. In the Ethiopian area. Whoops, sorry. Okay, then Diodorus, again, Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, from his own statements, we learn traveled to Egypt around 60 BC, and he says, they, the Ethiopians, say also that the Egyptians are the colonies sent out by the Ethiopians, Osiris, king of kings, god of gods, right? That's where they get Jesus from, having been the leader of the colony. So let's rewind. Herodotus said that the first of the Kemetians, Min, come out of Ethiopians. The Egyptians call this area that they're trying to figure out, is it Ethiopia? Is it Somalia? Is it Eritrea? Where is this Punt? We know that it's in that area. The area is literally called that which is of Asar, that which is of the land of Asar, because it has the mountain symbol in it, which is the land, and then it has the Un in it, which is the name of Asar, which also means to exist because of the reproductive speed of how fast a rabbit reproduces. That was Asar's name. He was the rabbit Easter bunny, as they call him today, the chocolate bunny, which was found in the original Christian churches, having the huge penis. That it was Asar. Asar was on the side of the original early churches that I have images of today, and he was a chocolate rabbit with a big BBC, as they call it, a big black penis. So this is what that was Asar. Okay, so, and I have the images of it. So here Diodorus is saying that the Egyptians, that they came from their leader, and their leader was Osiris. They have received from them as authors of their ancestors. So the Ethiopian people, because remember, it is Europeans that have separated these areas, calling one place Ethiopia, that Ethiopia is separate from Egypt. And they're the ones that name all these places, whereas the Kemetians say, oh, down there, that's Kemet, but that's called the land of the gods. That's where we originate from. This is what the indigenous people are saying. That is Punt, that which originates from Un, Osiris. Osiris comes from that area, and that's why Diodorus and Herodotus says that Min, Osiris, king of king, god of god, he was the leader of the colony of the Ethiopian area. And they declared that they learned all their traditions and their laws from that area. Diodorus declared the intentions to trace the origin of the cult of Osiris, alias the Greek Dionysus, which became Jesus, also commonly known as Roman as Bacchus. Bacchus is the god of wine, right? Bacchus is the god of wine, which is that's why Jesus. What was Jesus' first miracle? Turn water into wine. That comes from Osiris and Bacchus, the god of wine. So we have these Greek scholars of these Greek historians saying that, hey, the Ethiopian area is the area, and the Somalian area, the whole area down there, that is the land of the gods from which Osiris originates from. Now, I had a good conversation with a young brother, and I was talking to him about the origins of Punt in Ethiopia, and I showed him. Let's see if this is it right here. What is this? Yeah, Eritrea. Eritrea, right? Matera, small town, importance of archaeological site, located in the Danube region. Eritrea, situated a few kilometers south of Sanafi, was a major city in the D-MT Aksumite kingdoms. Since Eritrean independence, and it goes on to say, Matera is the name of both a small village and important archaeological sites of Eritrea. The latter is located some 136 kilometers southeast of the capital of Asmara, just past the Sinai road leading to the border of the region, the Tangri region of Ethiopia. Okay. All right. So what do we find in this area when we blow this up? We find in Matera, right? Matera, we find these ruins here. What are they? Left to the top, entrance of Adulis Aksum, right? The obelisk. The obelisk dedicated to Utu Shamash. Okay? What is Utu Shamash, right? Utu Shamash, he of the sun. That of the sun, but that was in the Sumerian. That's why when you ask an Ethiopian, what is this here? It says Utu Shamash. But why would there be an image of Utu? Why would there be anything of Utu Shamash in the Ethiopian area? In future classes, I'm going to give the explanation of the Anunnaki or the Agigi and how they link into the Natiru. I'll leave that alone for now. What we do know is that this obelisk symbol is the penis of Osiris. That is an undisputed fact. This is the erected penis of Osiris that they call the obelisk. And here it is in Ethiopia, in the Ethiopian area. Whenever they talk about the ancient Nubian kings or the people of that area, they always talk about them like it's some other culture. Whenever you look at the language of what they call Kush or Kash, it's Medu Neter. When you look at the obelisk, it's the obelisk of Osiris. When you look at Herodotus and Diodorus's writings, it all goes back to what people are calling Kemetic symbolism, which shows that what people thought was a separate culture was actually the origin area. We'll go to this right here. Right, and this is the same area. This is the same the D Emet area and the Giz, and we have given the presence of the large temple complex. Capital may have been in Yahya, right? Yaha, temple of the god Lemuka is still standing. Almaka, let me blow it up here. Who's Almaka? Almaka was the moon god of the Yemeni kingdom of Saba. What are these words here that we're seeing here? Who is the ancient moon god and what is the Saba? Saba is one of my titles, but Saba, I'm only called Saba because Saba is the original title of Tehuti. So Saba means a teacher in the Medu Neter, and is also a student because the student was a teacher and the teacher was a student. But we have there the kingdoms of Saba, and we have that the Al-Maka is the moon god. Al-Maka is considered the moon god, but Gerboni, Prini have shown that the bull's head and the vine motif associated may not have solar or Dionysiac attributes. He was therefore the prince of Ra. You see this? So the Al-Maka in this ancient Eritrea Ethiopian culture, right? Al-Maka was a moon god who was a priest of Ra, male counterpart of the sun goddess Shamash or Ishtar, who was Isis, venerated in Saba, Tehuti's name. What is Tehuti? Tehuti is the moon god. Why was he the moon god? Because he was the light of Ra. So in Kemet, you had Ra, which is the greater light, and he was the sun. And then the reflection of Ra, who was always around him, was the lesser light, but was also the light of nighttime, which means that he was the wisdom in darkness. He was the knowledge while everybody was ignorant. And that was Tehuti, represented by a moon, a lesser light of Ra, who is the sun. And Tehuti was the Saba. So when you get into this Eritrean, Ethiopian, Punt culture, even when you get into what they're doing today, it all ties back into Kemet. Saba were the students of the priest of the moon god, the moon neter. This is found on page 665 of the dictionary, the moon neter, on page 183 of the Per Emharu. So therefore, if we go over here to the Per Emharu, let me see what this is here. 132, we're going to scroll up. Scroll up. This is the Book of the Dead, the Per Emharu, which they say is a separate culture from Punt in Ethiopia. 183, scroll up. What page is this? 162, we're going to keep going a little bit more. And we're going to stop here. What page is this? 183. 183, we're going to shrink this down. And we see here, in the Per Emharu, I have provided Thoth, Tehuti, see it right there? Tehuti in what? In the house of Yah, the moon god. You see that letter A with a dot? That makes it a Y, that makes it a Yah sound. This is where the Hebrews get the word Yah from. Yah, the moon god, who was Tehuti, right? Who was in the house of the moon god. So when we go to Eritrean, Somalian, Ethiopian culture, even in recent times, they acknowledge that the El Maka was the prince of Ra, because that's what Tehuti was. Tehuti was a prince of Ra. He was the moon god, the reflection of Ra. So these were the people of Punt, which were just the people of Osiris. And let me see this right here, if I should just throw this. Let's see if this will show on the screen. Right? Yeah, land of Punt. And we have here Taneter, land of modern-day Ethiopia, Sudan. Kemet is learned as the text satire craft dating back to 12th dynasty, 991 BCE, perhaps earlier. And we have Anointed Myrrh, land of Punt. So the Kemetians always acknowledge that the land of the gods was the land of Punt. And you know that the land of Punt is also mentioned in the Shipwrecked Sailor, which is in the Imperial Museum of Petersburg in 990 BC. And this is the Shipwrecked Sailor Papyrus, which speaks of the land of Punt. And when you go into they found something in Hatshepsut's temple, and they found this thing called the secretary bird. The secretary birds in ancient Egypt art in the Met Museum in NYC. The secretary bird. Interestingly, so what happened was Hatshepsut would constantly go down to, and this is how you prove that Punt is that Ethiopian area, because Hatshepsut would talk about her travels down to that area and bring back the secretary bird. The secretary bird. Now, if you look at the secretary bird is endemic to sub-Saharan Africa, generally non-migratory. So this non-migratory means it stays there. The secretary bird stays in that area of sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa is that racist term that Europeans always use when they say, well, the Egyptians were Africans, but they weren't sub-Saharan, because the sub-Saharan are the blacks. But here we have Hatshepsut going down and talking about her travels and bringing back many things, and one of the things she brought back was the secretary bird, and the secretary bird is only found down in that area, and she said she got it from the land of Punt. So there is no confusion thinking that, oh, Punt could be Saudi Arabia, the land of the gods, Saudi Arabia. We don't know where Punt is. No, Hatshepsut knows where Punt is because she took back the secretary bird, which is non-migratory, which comes from that same area that they're calling Punt, and Somalia and Eritrea, all those so-called sub-Saharan areas. That's where this bird lives. And see, where is it found? It's from Senegal to Somalia, Cape Town province, all the way down to South Africa. There is no question at all if the South Africans were black people. That's one thing nobody argues about. Were the Sand people black people? But she came back with this Southern African bird and said she got it from Punt. Right? So Punt, all evidence leads, let me go back to the screen. The screen is kind of blurry. All evidence leads to Punt being the original land of the Neter, where the Kemetians themselves say that they originate from, where the Greek historians say that that's where Osiris came from, that's where the culture came from, and it is racist British people and Arabs that separated, and they created the fake borders to say only up here this is Egypt and down there is not, when the ancient people did not call the place Egypt. They called the land where they originated from the land of the Neter, where they got the secretary bird from, which was in Somalia, Ethiopia, and that's why when you go back to D-MT and the oldest Ethiopian temples and all of that, it goes back to Kemetic words and words like Saba and the moon god who was the prince of Ra. That's so Punt was just the origin of where Kemet started from. And that is why, I'll do this one last thing here. That is why there's a book of the dead that is so hard to get. And let me tell you guys why. So, it is called the Book of the Dead of Hu-Nefer. The Book of the Dead of Hu-Nefer, which is interesting because in this Book of the Dead of Hu-Nefer, I believe it was Dr. Ben said that, let me see if I can find his actual quote. Hu-Nefer, doorway, let me see if I can find two priests that the Kemetians say they come from the mountain of the moon where the god Happy dwells. The heart seat of emotions. Let me see if I can find it. But it is a quote in this Hu-Nefer book. And what's interesting is that the average Book of the Dead is about $12.95, going up to about maybe $25 dollars. But for some reason, I went to go look at the Hu-Nefer one, Hu-Nefer Book of the Dead. Remember, these books are on Amazon for anywhere from $12.95, $15 to $20. Our books, they're in Barnes Nobles, they're in all these areas. But why is it that when I go to the Book of the Dead that's supposed to have this writing in it, I went to look it up because I say, hey, I want to buy one. I want to get one too. What's that price right there? Complete Book of the Dead of Hu-Nefer, $659? $659 for the complete Book of the Dead of Hu-Nefer. Why? What's in this book? Why is it every single Book of the Dead is $12 or $25, but this Book of the Dead is $600? It's out of the price range of what the average person can find. But this is the Mountain of the Moon. These are the Mountain of the Moon right here in the area of Punt, where the Kemetians say they originated from. And the reason why it's called the Mountain of the Moon is because, let me see if I can put on a little movable video of it. Going back to Uganda, this is how beautiful it is. This is where chameleons are. In the Mountain of the Moon, I'm going to go, here it is. So these are the Mountain of the Moon areas where the Kemetians say they originated, which happens to be where they found the oldest human fossils, this area and also Morocco. But I'm going to fast forward. There it is. So see the snow up there? So in certain parts of what's called Africa, a hot place where you would never see snow, you look up at this area, and it's called the Mountain of the Moons, because when you look up at the mountains up there, there is actually snow on the top. So the Kemetians would look at this and they would associate this area in Uganda and in this area that's in this whole Nubian so-called area, as they call it, as moons because of the white tops of the mountains. There's the snow right there. These are the mountains of the moon, where the Nekhesi come from, where the modern day people say are called Nubians. This is the mountain of the moon. So at the bottom you got beautiful baboons, monkeys, and chameleons, and as you get to the top, you have a snowy area, which is not common in Africa. Africa is not known as having snow, so they associated the white parts up here with moon. The bottom part was tropical, and the white part was actually kind of cold, and they associated it with let me take it off screen share. Whoa. Stop screen. They associated it with the moon. But this is the mountain of the moon, this whole area here, Ethiopia. This is where it starts. Lake Tana, Lake Victoria, that's where the Nile River starts. It actually starts there, and the water falls down from the mountains, goes in that area, and then that's why the movement of the water is going in that direction, because it's coming from an origin, and the origin is the land of Punt and the area of Uganda, Nubia, that whole area that they're debating of where Punt is, Somalia, Ethiopia, Uganda, all those original areas from where the Nile Valley actually comes from. That's the land of the gods. That's the rich, luscious land from where human life originates in those areas, and even non-human life that led to our closest and our most common recent ancestor. So I hope I helped you with that. The anonymous person that asked that question, that is the land of Punt. It's the land of Osiris, the land of that which is of Un or Osiris, which is where the Kemetians actually originated from before the pyramids and everything was built. That's where humanity originates from, that area. Okay, boom. So I hope it helps you with that. Question, land of Punt, little blurry. 1 second here. Hey, Ptah. Okay, let's see if we can get some clear. Oh, where'd it go? Clear screen. Okay, let's get through these. Let's get through these. A lot of questions. I have no idea what the questions are. Please, everybody, support. Let me see if I can answer these. Go through these before my brain breaks down. Who's next? Who's next? So thank you. Okay, this is a nice simple one. Thank you. This is Master K. You're Ruffian Records. Nice. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, everyone. Hold on. Master K, and we're gonna take this one. Anonymous. 1 second here. Peace, Master K. Master K asked about books recommended, and I'm gonna definitely give them to you. Let me go ahead and save the anonymous. Call this. Okay, 4. Wait a minute. 1, 2. Whoop. This 3, 2. 1 second, everyone. Okay. We'll just call it 2. Okay, and I'll say that as 2. And on to Master K. Let me get you in here. Okay, I will get through these before. Okay. Ruffian Records. Peace. Ruffian Records from Fiji. Whoa. That's where you are. Man, I love it. The Podclass is reaching people all over the world. All over the world. I'm Fiji. Amazing. Okay, let me get this on the screen here. Shout out to, thank you for your support. Ruffian Records. Thank you. Wait a minute. Is that overlay? Sorry, everybody. Hold on. Overlay. Thank you, Ruffian. Is this you, Ruffian? Let's see. Ruffian sends a shout out to you, Ruffian Records. Says, let me get this Cash App banner off. Okay. Ruffian Records says, Hotep, Namaste. My name is Master K. In the chat, can you please represent books that will help build knowledge on Kemet? All right, Master K. Absolutely. So, build knowledge on ancient Kemet. Let me get some water. Yes, absolutely, my brother. So what I would suggest is to get Legends of the Gods. So what I'm going to give you first, before I give you anybody's commentary books, because there's a lot of commentary books. I want you to start off with the foundation of the translations of what the Kemetians wrote themselves. So let's go live to see what's at Amazon, and I will show you. I hope Amazon is in the Fijis. I hope. So this is let's see, Legends of the Gods. Legends of the Gods. This is by Wallace Budge. Let's see what comes up. So here's the first one. This is a good one because this is actually the stories of the Kemetians themselves. And there's the book. Oh, 1 second, everybody. Hold on. Thank you. My moderator pointed out that the screen is stuck on the donation screen. 1 second. Let me fix that, everyone. Okay, let me go ahead and put screen share, go live to Amazon, and just show you and other people what books are good translations of what the Kemetians wrote. So here's one. This is Legends of the Gods by E.A. Wallace Budge. Great books, which has the stories of the Kemetians by the Kemetians themselves. Okay, that's a good one. Okay, we're also going to go to literature of Egypt anthology. Literature of Egypt anthology. Let's see what pops up. There it is. Boom. That's another one. Those are two very good ones to start off with. Let me grab the big Purim Haru for me, please. I'm actually just going to show my books here. You can get these all from Amazon, but here, boom. I don't know why I'm showing so blurry. But boom, there is Egyptian Book of the Dead, Weisserman. This is Raymond Faulkner. Weisserman has some involvement too, but Raymond Faulkner. And this has, of course, all the original plates, pictures of the original plates themselves. Go ahead and get that one. You can get you don't have to worry about Miriam Lithium's book. Oh, passing my the Book of the Dead Purim Haru there. Yeah. You don't have to worry about getting Miriam Lithium's book because Miriam Lithium has 3 volumes. They're very, very good, but if you get the anthology book, you have all of them in one. Egyptian Book of the Dead. That's in see-through. But Egyptian Book of the Dead. There it is. Boom. You can order that one too. Thank you. Start off with those. Those are Those will give you the anthologies, the stories, the papyruses of what the Kemetians wrote themselves. When you get those in, let me know, and then I'll let you know about others. But thank you for that that support, and get those. Those are good. Those along with, I hope you have my books, and if you follow along with the class and combine all of those, you will get a great understanding of what the Kemetians wrote themselves about themselves. After you get those, then I'll give you the commentary books. You know, there's books that people write about Egypt, about Kemet, but those are the actual Kemetic writings themselves, just translated, and they give you museum numbers, papyrus references. Okay, beautiful. Thank you for that, Ruffian. Let's get on to the next one. Shout out to that. We have is this Arthur? Is Arthur oh, Arthur is AJ. Wait. Shout out to Arthur. Arthur gave a donation, but this was actually for me and Arthur had a session. It says for the last session. Okay. So I remember I told everybody I do one-on-one sessions for people, and he actually added this on top of what he already gave. So thank you, very, very generous. Thank you, brother. He already gave money for that session, and he just threw this on top. So thank you for that donation on top of already giving the money for the session. Shout out to you, Arthur, which I think there should be AJ. Should be yeah, that's Arthur. Thank you for that. He's the only one. He's the latest one I had a session with. Thank you for that support. Okay, good. We can whiz through by that quickly. Let's move on to the next. And I was wondering if you had time to answer a question. Oh, Alex shot. Yes, I answered that. Yes, they must have been sent from before. That was the Orion question. Aliku shot, and oh, Arthur again. Shout out to Arthur again. Arthur with his back-to-back donations. I think this is a question. Let me go ahead and put it in the room. And this says 6 maybe. Okay, here we go. Arthur says. Arthur says, where is it? 6. Shout out to Arthur. Thank you for the double support again. He sent another 10. He said, E.A. Wallace Budge wrote so much about Kemet. How? Great question, my brother. Great question. Yes, he wrote over 200 books. Because that man dedicated his life. He was a rogue archaeologist. Okay, they don't have those anymore. The days of E.A. Wallace Budge and those days are gone. He was a rogue archaeologist. I will tell you one of the methods he would use. Okay, so other archaeologists went by the so-called book. So what they did is they would purchase artifacts or discover artifacts, log them, register them, date them, bring them to the museum. What Wallace Budge did, Wallace was extremely smart. Go look up a documentary called The Ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. Wallace Budge was smart. What he did is he formulated a relationship with the people, some of the indigenous people there, and then some of the Arabs. Of course, because the Arabs conquered Kemet. So he formed a relationship with the indigenous people and the Arabs, which was brilliant to do because now, instead of doing archaeological digs alone, he could go to people that he knew lived on top. So they built cities in Cairo, but right underneath your house are is Kemet is right underneath your house. So he would pay people to dig under their own hotels, smash underneath it, rent the room, and then dig in up in it, and find artifacts themselves. The townspeople would go out and go into caves themselves and find the artifacts, places that archaeologists couldn't go to because the people that lived in Egypt knew every nook and cranny. Sometimes people lived in caves in Egypt, and the cave was the tomb of the pharaohs, but it now is abandoned, and now it's a cave. That's how they found Akhenaten's city, some of which I was writing, and it became a cave where people were in there just cooking in modern times. And then Budge would give money to these people, and they would go get the artifacts for him. So he wouldn't need an archaeological team digging, and the British Museum nor the French Museum would know about his discoveries until he himself would just bring it to them, because it wasn't a big public display of digging. It was just townspeople finding different things and giving it to him, and he spent day in, day out logging, taking things. Even when the French took over Egypt, the French the museum was French controlled, and things were supposed to go to France. He was still in there with the townspeople. They even broke him out of jail. He had this relationship with the townspeople, and that's how he was able to get information on top of information on top of information, because he was getting it daily from people that would literally find things under the floor of their house or in the cave that they lived in that archaeologists weren't even privy to, because they didn't have permission to bust down somebody's house and dig in the floor. And Budge would just pay you if you lived there. Hey, can you dig in here and see what you find? And that he wrote over 200 books, very, very thorough. They don't do that today. So that's one of the ways Budge got his information, was developing a relationship with the indigenous people and the Arabs at the time, where he could literally speak. The Arabs would come to him and talk to him, and the other archaeologists wouldn't even know what's going on. It was this underground movement that he had, and it worked. He was able to find so much. So that's one of the ways right there. Okay, let's zoom through. We have Alfonso C. Shout out to you. Alfonso C. Says a little. Let me just put it in the room. Alfonso says, so much. Okay, overlay. Okay, which one is Alfonso? Here he is. Shout out to you, brother Alfonso, who just gave a donation support for my time. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you. Alfonso says, little donation for your time, peace. Oh, Bird Flight. You're Alfonso. Bird Flight. And Bird Flight is Junior C, of course. I knew the icon looked familiar. Junior C talks to me in Messenger outside of here. Very loyal, very dedicated, always keeps in contact. Shout out to you, my brother, and I appreciate you appreciating me. I appreciate you appreciating me. Thank you so much. Let's move on. Good. We're getting through these a little quickly. Please help support. Please help support what you see going on here. It is highly difficult to do this. So help and support, please, because this is what I do. And I hope that the information is valued. I know it is by those who make it very clear. So let's clear that it is, and thank you all for the support. So that's Alfonso. Let's move up. We're moving up. Orion's belt answered. Who's this one? Oh, that's Alfonso C. Wait a minute. Alfonso C. Bird Flight. I already did that. We have the awesome Letitia McCrae. Shout out to you, Sister Letitia McCrae, who just gave support. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to put you in here. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate those who appreciate this, because when we think about what we've done throughout our lives, we've supported Doritos, we've supported donuts, beer, alcohol, cigarettes, all kind of things we've supported that's killing us. And I appreciate that you all are supporting information that's actually advancing you, because we've supported Krispy Kremes and we've supported thousands of dollars on all type of sugars and sickness. And I appreciate you, Letitia, for supporting for the information, because this information should be more valuable than all of the things that were killing us. And I appreciate your support for that. Peace and love to you. And let's move on to the next. Let's see what is the next. We're getting through these. We're working our way up to where's Kemet? We're working our way up to Kemet. We're getting close. We're getting close. Okay. Quinn Clark. Quinn Clark is another consistent who always supports. Quinn Clark. Where you gave a muscle sign, a heart sign, and a praise sign. Thank you. Oh, 7 PG. Wait, 8 PG, 9, no 9 PG. So here we are. Quinn Clark shout out. This is good. We're moving quickly. We had long breakdowns, and now I'm seeing support. We're quickly moving closer to Kemet. I know he's waiting out there. There it is, Quinn Clark. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, Quinn Clark is Buck the President. Thank you, everybody, for putting your names. See, the super chat puts your names that are in the room, but of course your cash apps are not going to do that. So thank you for always putting your name, so I know who I'm seeing in the room, because you may not be in the room as Quinn Clark, but you're in there as Buck the President. So shout out to you, Buck the President. Appreciate the support. We're moving on. We have a shout out to the moderators. Thank you, Nick Reed. Shout out and support to Nick Reed, who sent our version of a super chat, which is this PayPal support. Shout out to you, Nick Reed. And I'm going to put what he said, because he gave a respect to the Moderators, the name created by Stranger. That is an awesome, awesome name. Awesome name. Let me go to it. So we have Peace Tehuti, Ahati Ma'at, and the moderators. Appreciation for sharing your knowledge and advancing us. Shout out to you and the appreciation for Ahati Ma'at and the moderators. They appreciate you too, Nick Reed, for supporting this humble mission that I'm on to get the truth out for those who are new. So shout out to you, Nick Reed. Peace Tehuti, Ahati Ma'at, and the Ma'atarators. Appreciation for sharing knowledge. Peace Tehuti, Ahati Ma'at, and the Moderators. Appreciation for sharing your knowledge and advancing us. Shout out to you, Nick Reed. And these are the Moderators for those who just walked in, who may not know what Nick Reed is talking about. These are what people will call the Moderators. Well, the brother Stranger created the Ma'atarators, which is Unk E.M. Ma'at, Nani Aset Mer, Saneti Amun. These are the Ma'atarators. Thank you, Ma'atarators, for what you do. And let's move on. We're whizzing by. This is good. We are whizzing by. Who's this from? Nick Reed. I already read Nick Reed. Been watching the Podclass, faithfully learning. I have one question. Where do I start learning about my arts? Should I meditate? Daniel Austin, I don't know if this is a... Contact me directly on Facebook, Daniel Austin, or contact me here. We'll get into that question that you sent. Okay, and finally, guess... Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot more. I didn't scroll up. But we are at... guess who we're at? We're at this brother right here. This brother right here. We finally climbed the mountain. Kemet is a great supporter, everybody. Thank him. He's helped a lot with these interesting amounts of support money. This is an interesting one. It's actually kind of a simple answer, but he sent a great... Kemet is always sending large donations. Appreciate you, brother. You're always supporting. Whether the question's a simple question or not, he always sends a large... So far, most of his questions have been long. I've had long, thorough breakdowns. This one actually won't be, though. This one it won't be. This one will not be. This one's actually... It's about... in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna get through. When are you bringing out? Yeah, thank you so much. 12 or maybe 11. 11. Okay, we'll have this as 11. Where is he? Kemet asked an interesting question here, and it is about sun gazing. Which shout out to Kemet, who sent this interesting amount. I appreciate you, my brother. I believe this is the biggest donation today. I think this is the biggest donation today. Shout out to Kemet for holding the largest donation of the night. From my memory, if anyone donated more, correct me. Maybe we're not at you yet. But 3422, what an interesting number. And the question is, what are your thoughts on benefits of sun gazing? This is actually very simple. But I'm going to, Kemet, I want you to contact me directly. I'm going to give you a better ritual. But since this is specifically about sun gazing, I'm just going to say simply, stay away from it. It's very, very simple. Stay away from staring directly into the sun at any large periods of time. It is not healthy. It is not healthy for the retinas. It is not good for vision. It is too much light for your eyes to absorb. There is no purpose or benefit of staring into the sun. It was not meant to be stared at. One of the reasons why your eyes are dark complexion as far as the melanin is actually to protect your vision from the UV rays of the sun. It's one of the reasons why your whole eye isn't white. Your eye has the parts that you see and the parts that are working, that you're moving around to reflect the sun's rays to see, are dark because you need to be protected from direct sunlight into your eyes. There is sun absorption. You should, of course, go out in the sun. That's why I'm saying to contact me directly, and I'll give you something else. But like absorbing sun, going out in the sun, getting your vitamin D, getting suntan, doing a ritual that pertains to the sun. But as far as just going out and gazing into the sun, no. The Kemetians were never gazing into the sun. When it would show them, such as Akhenaten, it would show him under the sun. like this, and the sun's rays coming down because it's a source of life on this planet and this whole solar system. But as far as opening your eyes and trying to stare directly at the sun, please stay away from that. Anybody that tells you to do that is poorly educated on how the human retina and eyes actually work, and it's extremely damaging. And our ancient ancestors never taught to stare directly into the sun for long periods of time. So stay away from that, my good brother. But you can contact me directly. Contact me directly for more information on what you can do. Did Robert Reyes give a donation? It says here, thank you, Robert Reyes, for any donation. Oh, yeah, that's a Senetia Moon. Thank you. Maybe Robert Reyes said something earlier. Yeah, so so go ahead and contact me for that, Kemet, and I'll give you some more. But no, don't stare at the sun. But I'll tell you what you can do to work with the sun in a morning ritual or something to that effect, and we'll talk afterwards. Okay. All right. So what do we have here? Okay, see the chat is obsessed with the moderator Sanetti, Sanetti Moon. What do we have here? Robert Reyes, Amsterdam. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk. Contact me, Kemet. We'll get into that, okay? Into something you can do, but it doesn't pertain to the actual question you asked. Even in the morning, don't. If you can stare at the sun, and if you want to do a tribute to the sun, there's ways that you can do that. Yes, the morning time in the dusk, when the sun is dim, is a safer way, but not any time in the daytime. And I can give you a particular thing to say while doing that. Okay, appreciate the support. What do we have here? Anthony Jackson. 1 second, let me see something here. Okay, 1 second, everyone. Let me go ahead and do something here in front of everybody. I love doing this. Let's see here. We have Anthony, I believe. Anthony sent me a question about obtaining books while the class is going on. Let me check on something here. Okay. Okay, boom. 1 second. The computer's moving very slow right now. Everybody be patient. Okay, one moment. And one more thing. Oh. 1 second. Let me erase that. Let me hold on, everybody. One moment. A little glitch happened. Let me fix this. Boom. There's that. And that's much better. And boom. There's that. Much better. And now we're going to this is Anthony Jackson. Let me go ahead and put you up on the screen. Shout out to Anthony Jackson, everybody. What did he do? Anthony Jackson. I'll pull this up. Books. Anthony Jackson sent money for the purchase of my books, and here we are. Here we are. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me get to it. 1 second, everyone. I am doing this all manually. Bear witness. Have patience. This is all manual. Okay. March. Wow, this is... Okay, March 4th. Here we are. Okay. And the brother sent... Anthony Jackson sent $25 for the purchase of the books. Let me check the room. Anthony, are you in the room under another name? Anthony, are you in the room under another name? Okay, so Anthony Jackson sent the books. Anthony, when you check your emails check your emails and tell me if you see anything in your email, and if so, type it in the room. Anthony Jackson is Hika Kepera. Okay, Anthony Jackson, tell me if you see anything in your returned email that you sent out to me. Okay, in the meantime, wow, I don't know what's going on in the room. The room is obsessed with Seneti Amun. She's correcting everybody. I'm not sure what's going on, but remember, everyone, my name is Seneti Amun. Don't forget the Amun. Okay. So, yes, the moderator's name is Seneti Amun. It is one word. Seneti Amun, one word. Okay, and Kamishan said, how much for all the books Tehuti has written and copy? That's funny. I don't know. That's funny. How much would all the books? All my notes and classes, all the classes and all my information from my hard drive. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. That'd be Ooh, there's 4 terabytes of it, so who knows? I have to calculate it. That's that's funny though. Okay, but shout out to you, Anthony. Did you get any email though? I need to know if you got any email. Did you get any email? Okay, I'm looking in the room. Okay, thank you. And here is Ahati says, supporting Amenhotep Ra Tehuti, you're supporting yourself. Thank you. Somebody's offering me 100,000 for what's in my hard drive. That is funny. That is funny. But I don't even know if I would take that. I don't know if I would take that. Because it's related price. It says they're blocking me, haven't received yet. Huh. I don't know. I'll check. Somebody's blocking. The books have been sent. They blocking me, haven't received yet. Okay, I don't know. I'll send again. I want everybody in the room to see how fast. So I'm sending to Oh, wait. One moment, everybody. Oh, that got sent to Cash App. 1 second, Anthony. Where's your email? I see what happened. Sorry, you're type your email in the chat. Is it Nighttone? Is it Nighttone7? Is your email Nighttone7? Oh. Nighttone. Oh, that's because I think I sent it. I responded to the email of the Cash App. And your email is actually written on the Cash App. Nighttone7. Let me go ahead and try that. Let me see something here, everybody. Hold on. Be patient. Nighttone7 at I think I got it. Let me see. Let me try it this way, okay? Tell me if you get this, like if you get. Okay. Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom. And boom. Okay. All right. Check now. Check now. Tell me if you see anything. Yes, this is the true part. That's what I'm going to talk to you about. Early in the morning when it's orange, yes. I see people going out 12 o'clock in the afternoon and burning their eyes out. That is not what we do. Okay, so check now. Let me go back to the emails and I will see. And I will see. Somebody said, are you so down with Killer Priest? To my knowledge, yep. Okay. Let's get to the questions. We got much more. Anthony Jackson. Oh man. Okay. Anthony Jackson, let me know if you got that. Okay, so we Black's Alucard. Of course, Black's Alucard, thank you. Thank you. We have a donation from Black's Alucard. I'll call that Black's Alucard, and which is Dracula spelled backwards. I love I like that. It's so strange. Dracula spelled backwards. Let's get up here. Okay, we're winding down. I'm gonna get to as much as I can, everybody. March. And where is he? Black Alucard, where are you? Is this you? Black Alucard. Black Alucard sends $20. He says, thanks. I appreciate the support. I appreciate that, my brother. Black Alucard, every podcast comes through either with a question or just support. Thank you, my brother, for that. Shout outs to you, and I appreciate that. Okay, now we're moving through. Moving through. let's see. James Pierre Lewis says peace. James Pierre Lewis says peace. Thank you. I believe James Pierre Lewis I think got books last time. If that's the same person. There's so many people's names. Okay, what? I'm gonna call this is that 15? James Pierre Lewis. Actually, I don't want to butcher your name. I think this is French. James Pierre Louis. All right, James Pierre Louis. Shout out to you and respect for the $10 donation. I appreciate it, just for peace. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate the support. And thank you. Okay. Let me keep on going here. Who's this? Hey, Kemetic Menergy. I'm gonna put this up here. I'm not sure what he wants me to do with this, but I'm gonna post it because I can't copy and paste it. I don't know if he wants me to share this with the room. It is a Sonnetter link, but I can't copy and paste it, so I will allow you permission to copy and paste it in the room. I usually don't allow people to copy and paste links in the room other than the moderators, but you are a great student, good supporter, and you are good to go. So I'm gonna put this up in the room. And then you can go ahead, and if you have the link, if you want people to see it. This is a brother came on Sonnetter, and we were looking for the link. So shout out to you, Carlos, Kemetic Menergy, and it's YouTube. You can go ahead and put that in the link because I don't think anybody's gonna type all this out. But go ahead and put that in the room if you have it. And that's this is my requested Sonnetter debate link. So go ahead. I'll give you permission. Go ahead and put that in the room. Thank you for the support, my brother. Thank you. Go ahead and throw that in the link. Moderator Sinetia Moon says, thank you everyone for the support. They're talking about sun gazing. Yes. Shout out to those who do sun gazing in the morning when the sky and the sun is orange and not dangerous. Shout out to yeah, okay. All right. Let me get to the room. I'm to the room. So I'm breaking down now. Thank you, Unki M. Mayat, for by the way, everybody, it is the reason why I'm seeing a lot of your donations is because of Unki M. Mayat's helping out with this. Here we go. Oh, Raphael Gary, shout out to you for giving support, and it literally just says support. So thank you. Let me go ahead and put you up in here. Thank you, my brother, for the support. And there it is. It is Raphael Gary support. Thank you so much. Shout out to you. I appreciate you and everyone who gives support. We're running down these. Okay, we have Oh, what's Rhett? What's Rhett? Okay, 1 second, everyone. I do have to take another break very soon. I'm supposed to end the class already, but it's so good and there's so much support. There's so much going on. Let me... One moment, everyone. So shout out to Wasret. Wasret has sent a Cash App for a very interesting question. And I'm going to answer this and I'm going to take a short break. And let me see if I can get it up in the room here. Wasret, another dedicated student who I actually started teaching in 1995. Yeah, Wasret has been. She told me where I met her, and I remembered exactly who she was because she actually was in a tabernacle with us, and she's done a lot of things, and she has a big history. And yeah, that was 1994, 1995. Then I moved to Tallahassee, Florida, and Wasret was part of that mission. So she's been around for a long time, and she found me again on the Killer Priest podcast. Okay, here we go. So shout out to Wasret for having such a long history. And Wasret says, I'm going to answer this and take a little break, everybody, because I have to take a break. Payment from Wasret, who says, how old is the name Kemet, not Tamaray? Very good question. I actually had a short debate. What was it? It was literally, I think, a 3-minute debate where I had to debate this Nuwabian named Kanzu on this same topic. Maybe, do I have that clip? Maybe I could play that in the break, but I don't have the clip. Okay. You keeping me here all night? Oh my goodness. Ooh-wee. Oh gosh, I'm breaking down, everybody. I'm definitely not a moon god. I need some sleep. Okay, so do I have that debate? That clip? Oh, it's on Ahati's channel. No. Let me see something, everybody. Maybe I'll give you guys a little treat and put that on. Take a break, put that on to answer what's read, because I'm actually on video answering in a conversation about it. So to answer the question actually goes back to the pyramid text 2400 BC. And I'll put that on while I take a little break, and then I'll come back and even answer on top if Ahati still has that. Ahati, if you have that, put that link in the room. I'm going to actually look for it right here, and that has the answer in it, because I do got to step away for a minute. I do got to step away. For a minute. Ahati, if you have that one, it's me and Kanzu. And where is it? This is how you ask a question. Where is it, Ahati? Is it one of these? It's one of these. It's one of the Ahati destroys an. Ahati has all these interesting titles. I don't. Let's see. Let me see. Let's see. Let me see. I gotta. No, this is nice.
Brother, you just spoke to.
That's not it.
Nubians are being called.
Let me look in the room, see what Hati put in the room. Okay, Hati, did you put that in the room? Because I do gotta. Oh, you're looking? Okay. Okay, is it that? No, that's. Okay. So let me go ahead and just answer it. I would like to put that in the room just for you guys to see. Speaks on 1300 BC. These titles that Ahati gives us such like, oh my goodness. Tima'at, this is why he's the Nasut, part 2. Tima'at, this way, maybe it's this one here. And then if I don't find it here, then I'm just going to go ahead and answer, and I do got to step away.
Okay, go ahead. I'll push. When you share your screen, I just push share screen. All right, go ahead.
I'm not screen sharing.
All right.
Let's see if this
you on the computer. He doing it on the computer. That's why.
Yeah, you can't do it on the phone.
See, on Zoom, on Zoom, you can do it from your phone too.
Hati here.
Is this it?
There you go.
Okay, we're all right. This is another source of an encyclopedia.
Hotep, just zoom in, family.
These videos are funny. I'm gonna look for it later, everybody. Let me just go ahead and say that. Let me go ahead to the to actually where it is here, because I must step away for a quick moment. Let me go ahead and just answer the question. So, as far as the term Kemet, it was originally Kem with a tau or a T at the end of it, and it represented the land of Kem. And let me go ahead and I gotta step away. Is this it? Is this it? Oh man, you're right. This hard drive does cost 100,000. There's so much here. Come on. Pyramid coffin, pyramid text, coffin text, pyramid text, and see if this is it. And I gotta step away from it. Okay, this is the pyramid text, and let me go. Boom, boom. Is this it? Oh boy. Oh. Let's have to find the okay. Okay, so it is pyramid text. So the pyramid texts go back again 2400 BC, and it is in utterance 674. And let me go ahead and show the screen real quick, and then I do have to step away for a moment. So here's where you find the word Kem. And Kem, there's two Kemets. There's Kemet, which has the feminine in front of Kem. Then there's Kem with a T sound, which is actually the land of the Kemetians of Kem, which is which they have translated to as the Egyptians. So here is utterance 674, and when we scroll down, we see thou standeth at the head of the Egyptians, but in the Medu underneath there, which is on the walls. I have a link to the walls. It says Kem. See, Kemet Tui. That's where Kemet comes from. It's Kem, which is black, and this Tui is land. This is where they get the concept of black land from. From this right here, the Kemet that has the other T symbol, which is a feminine symbol, actually does not mean black land. And that doesn't come about until around the 11th dynasty, but this goes back to the pyramid text 1998 B, utterance 764, which traces back around 2400 BC, is the first reference where you find the people of the land calling themselves Kem, and then the T or the Twi at the end, the T sound makes it a land, or the land of the people of black. Okay, so let me go ahead and do a little, oh, I gotta take a break. Everyone, one of the moderators is telling me about Ahati. Let me go and look in the room. Ahati. Okay. Ahati, did you ever find the link sent? Did you send the link in the chat? Or you send the link to my email? Because I can't send it to my email, and I'll put it in the room to play while I take this break. I must take a break right now. Ahati, go ahead and send me that in the email, because I actually can't copy it from the chat room. I can't copy it from the chat room. And then we have two more. Okay, thank you. The moderator Saneti sent me a picture, but I can't copy it from the chat. I need that in an email version.
I sent an email.
You sent it an email? Let me refresh because I do not see it. Okay, I see it here. Thank you, Ahati Ma'at. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the room. Oh, is that the one? We're actually watching it? School's Young Grasshopper.
Hold on. Let me bust that up real quick.
Oh.
He said that the 11th dynasty period.
Oh, here it is.
And also, if there's another source of an encyclopedia.
When you share your screen, I just put share screen.
Hold on. Thank you, Ahati.
Yeah, Google it up.
I can Google it real quick. That's period. It ain't no set date.
Okay, here we go. I'll put this on.
There you go. He looks like he left. I'm gonna let y'all get right.
Kanzu gets so flustered when I come in the room. He puts his head like that. He's so nervous when I come in. Okay, thank you, Hati. I'm going to go ahead and put this up on the screen. I'm going to take a little break and put this on the screen for everybody while I take a small break, and then I'll come back. And yeah, this is hilarious. This is hilarious. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Let me go ahead and do the screen share. Screen share. Boom. Share. And here it is. Oh, that's me. Here it is. So this is me over here. And how does it look? Let me see the screen. How does it look on the screen?
Okay. Looks like
it's full screen. Perfect. Okay. So here we go, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and play this. And I shall be back. One moment. I gotta put this on I gotta put this on where the audio comes in to you all from the actual let me see. I'm trying to get the audio. Here it is. Audio system. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Here we go. This should be very audible to you all now. Here we are. And here we are. And I will mute.
Yeah, he's on here.
Are you there?
Yes.
Hey, go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
I can't hear you.
Where's my good friend Kanzu? Hey,
There you
Kanzu.
go. He looks like he left.
How you doing, Kanzu?
Yeah, I'm right here. How you doing?
Hey, can I get your soul? Can everybody hear me clear?
Somebody mute the mic.
We hear you.
Okay. Hey, Kanzu, a quick question. What date is the 11th dynasty? What's the date?
The date's different. The dates vary between the 11th dynastic period. It ain't no set date.
Is there, well, when you say something doesn't exist before a dynasty, when you use the word before, you have to have
let me explain what I mean. Let me explain what I mean. What I'm saying is, let me ask you this. What methods do they use to date artifacts?
Is that you saying you don't know the date? I asked you a question, young man.
The 11th dynastic period is some dates that range from different time periods. And when they date the oldest primary source of the Kemet glyph that was ever found, it didn't date back past the 11th dynastic period.
So for those of us that don't know, can you give us the year?
I can go.
Yeah, Google it up.
I can Google it real quick. That's what you want me to do. Want me to Google it real quick?
Yeah.
Can I screen share, please? I'm not in the
Yeah. How do I screen share? That's what I've been trying to figure out.
I don't know how to, man. I just learned how to do all this myself, man. Y'all better learn how to figure this out. Okay, look, go ahead. I'm gonna push. When you share your screen, I just push share screen. All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna screen share.
All right.
Oh, you on the computer? He doing it on the computer. That's why.
Yeah, you can't even do it on the phone.
Okay. See, on Zoom, on Zoom, you can do it from your phone too.
Okay, maybe we're gonna have to upgrade to Zoom then.
Yes, Zoom is where it's at.
Can everybody see this?
Yeah, I'm gonna share right now. Add to screen. Yes. Okay.
Is Ahati here?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay. Can you guys see my screen, please?
Yeah, we see it.
You see it?
Yeah.
Yes.
You gotta get it to where you need to get it because it's just showing. All right, there you go. There you go.
Okay, we're in.
All right. Is that Wikipedia?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, this is Wikipedia.
I don't have a problem with Wikipedia, but some people do.
I don't either. If he asking me for dates, you can look it up right there.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
And also, if there is another source of an encyclopedia that dates 200 to 300 years before this, then I'm open to it. This is the 11th dynasty, right? And see where my mouse is? Circa established 2130 BC. Can everybody see that, please?
No, but we just go ahead and read it, brother. It's kind of small.
Hotep, just zoom in, family.
How do you zoom in? How do you
I think if you go in the corner to the top, you can zoom in.
Control and roll your mouse up.
Right.
Let me see screen.
Hey man, you know we kind of old, man. So you know this. All this
the three dots. The three dots. Yo, listen, man. Hotep ain't got no gray hairs, JJ.
Raquan actually defends me for once. I love it.
Yeah. Unless you're using that just for men, man. I don't know.
Okay.
I know JJ be spraying his beard.
Man, come on, man. Cut it out.
Okay. Everybody, you can go to just type in 11th dynasty, and the 11th dynasty date is 2130 BC. Okay. Now, until we have another date presented, we'll just use this established date, 2130 BC. Kanzo, are you still there, my young brother? You still there?
I'm here, my brother. I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Do you have a date of the step pyramid, or at least a roundabout date? When was Imhotep's step pyramid? Because that's where the pyramid texts are found. What date is that, would you say? Is that before the 11th dynasty or after?
Before the 11th dynasty.
Okay.
I got a Udo Rahuma who says that Nubia comes from
hold on,
Muria, which means knob and means slave. So that's what he said, that Nubia means slave. I just want a fun fact. There we go.
Okay.
I don't know where you got it from.
Hold on. Excuse me. Can everybody hear me? The step pyramid. I'm going to put that on the screen if everybody can see this. Step pyramid is at least 2670 BC. That's the Saqqara step pyramid, and inside of these step pyramids are what's called pyramid texts. They're writings for the deceased. I'm going to pull up my translation of the pyramid text. I can't pull up the interlinear. I don't know where to find that online, and my screen won't show it what I have here. But this is the pyramid text, and I'm in pyramid text utterance 674. And pyramid text utterance 674, line 1998b. Thou standest at the head of the Egyptians. And the word here for head of the Egyptians in brackets is Tawi Kem. Everybody see the screen, please?
Yeah.
Okay, Tawi Kem. So the word here, transliterated for Egyptians in the pyramid text that predates the 11th dynasty, is the word Kemet. Let me go back to my screen, please. Okay. Let me stop sharing the screen.
All right, now everybody watch their language. We got kids and older people watching.
Did Kanzu leave?
No, Kanzu ain't leave. I'm here.
Okay. So in the pyramid utterance 664, we find the word Kemet, Kemtawi, predating the 11th dynasty. Young man, you're not ready for me.
Okay. No. Hold on. Let me bust that up real quick. He said that the 11th dynastic period has what dates? Between 2150 BC or something. Ain't that what he said?
Yeah, go ahead.
Unless there's an 11th dynasty that predates 2700 BC. What I merely asked.
Okay. Hold on.
What I merely asked was, does the step pyramid predate the 11th dynasty? And did everybody hear Kanzu say yes? That's all that matters. Did everybody hear?
No, that's not all that matters. That's not all that matters.
Did Kanzu
Wait a minute.
Excuse me, everybody. Did Kanzu say the pyramid text predates the 11th dynasty? Yes or no? Did everybody hear him say yes? Yes. Okay, good. In the pyramid text.
Yeah, I did hear him say that.
In the pyramid text is the word Kem, which according to Kanzu, the pyramid text predates the 11th dynasty. Good night.
Okay, now let me respond to that because he think he's slick, but he's not. Because let me tell you what, and if I could share my screen, I would. But let me tell you where I'm reading from right now. Okay,
you can share your screen. He did share.
He's on the phone. I'm not on the computer. I'm on the phone.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. The 11th dynastic period of Egypt, according to this source I pulled up, says 2133 BC through 1190 BC. So that's a wide range of time, right? Now, if you go to the pyramid text, which he's saying, he asked me, because what he's doing is he's trying to take a structure, which is that pyramid, and setting that date, but he's not telling you what the date of the inscriptions were. Because if you look up the pyramid text, it'll tell you, and this is from basic Wikipedia, it'll tell you, it says, the pyramid texts are the oldest ancient Egyptian funerary texts dating to the late Old Kingdom. They are the earliest known corpus of ancient Egyptian religious texts. But guess what it says after that? The oldest of the texts, listen, the oldest of the texts have been dated to around 23 to 2400 BC. That still fits in around that same time zone. Because he's not telling you the difference between how the text was dated and how the pyramids was dated. It says the oldest of the text. It says the oldest of the text. Hold on. The oldest of the texts have been dated to around 23 to 2400 BC.
Right.
So you have not, and like I say, hold on one second.
Dynasty is 2100 BC. Everybody in the StreamYard that uses basic mathematics, what is first, 2400 BC or 2100 BC? Which one is older, everybody?
I know.
24 would be older.
So if the oldest pyramid text is 2400 BC and the 11th dynasty is 2100 BC, which one is older, the pyramid text or the 11th dynasty?
The pyramid text.
I'm not arguing that. But what
man.
Hold on.
Shout out to Pro Izzo and Dewan African Night.
Hold on. So what I'm saying is that's pretty close in time, right?
Is he still arguing?
That's not far in time, right?
It's not far in time. It's 300 plus years. Huh? What's going on?
Yeah, family. He got you, bro. He got you by 300 years, Ark.
300. Hold on. 300 years in between.
Yo, Andrew, hold on, Andrew, the brother at the top is a Nuwabian. I was just letting them brother know that you was on here.
300 years in between a bracket of 11 dynastic.
That's all, folks.
Come on, man.
Hey, yo, bro, you got smoked, man. The champ smoked your ass.
Let's move on to the next one. Hey,
y'all ain't gonna let me respond.
Yo, you can't, man. Just let it go. Just let it go, man. Sometimes you gotta take it and just laugh it off,
everybody
man.
be quiet. I want to hear him beat this. Go ahead. You got the flow. I'm gonna put the camera on you. Hold up.
When I show you the primary text, you are going to see that the Kemet. You are going to see that the Kemet glyph does not go. They can't. They haven't dated a Kemet glyph that goes back past the pre-dynastic 11th dynastic period.
So then why you just got your ass smoked?
Okay, hold on. That inscription that you read from the pyramid text, what time period is that dated back to? That inscription that you got all the
300 years.
Just like a line then TKO, you know, just let it go. That's another line then TKO.
Yo, Pro Rizzo, tell him I just let it go.
I saw that kill shot coming, bro, from a mile away.
But where his coach to throw in the towel?
This brother straight already. He's another Judah. He's another Judah without the gayness.
Just stop, bro. Just stop.
All right. Well, look, this is gonna be a exciting match coming up September 6th. The first ever
Are we really debating
battle. I mean, the Kemetic Wars don't stop after this one. After this preliminary, later on tonight, I want everybody to tune in. Jabari Osaze will be making his fourth appearance in the Lioness Den. The first time Jabari came on there, he got his ass whooped by the People's Champ, but that's all right. He's still welcome back here. So what we got tonight is Armand Hotep Ra, the new champion of the Lions Den. He got Judah Nabbs over there in tears, about to have a mental breakdown. And against Jabari Osaze, boy, it's getting heated in the team. So I want to introduce a couple other brothers that's been part of the
for the worst. Don't get scared, just be prepared for the worst. Don't get scared, just be prepared.
Let me get back to the screen. Okay, I'm back.
Anybody can say that they are queen, but we gotta see how they conduct themselves.
What's that?
I mean, y'all see how the master baited this pussy here for my pleasure?
I don't know.
Bitch, you fuck yourself.
Rap battles? That's funny. Okay, I'm back. Peace. Okay, so this is to ask the question. I'll be recording later today, almost 2:30 a.m. I have to be between. Okay, give thanks. Thank you for your question and thank you for your support, Sister Westret. Thank you. Appreciate the support as always. Yeah, that was my little interaction with a Nuwabi named Kanzu, who I had to straighten out real quick on the origins of Kem. And that was a little fun thing there. Anyways, you all saw what happened, but let's get back to these and close out with a couple ones that are left to see what's left here. Oh, if it's emailed. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let me go through and see something. Can everyone see me on the screen? Let me close some screens. Can you all see me and hear me? Press 1 if you can see me and hear me. Press 1, please. Press 1 if you can see me and hear me. Okay. Okay. Let me get to the screen and see. I can't see. 111. Perfect. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Good, good, good. Let me do something really quick and get let me boom. Okay, let me check. Wow. 1 second, everyone. A little bit of patience. Let me just check and see something here. One moment. Okay. All right. Let me go to the. Okay, let me give a couple of shout outs before I go to the last, because I think there's 1 or 2 more. And let me just give a couple of shout outs to the room and get myself back situated. Shout out to Heka asks, what's the email address? Heka Kepara. And thank you, Sinetia Moon, for answering it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for the new people that just came in. Who do I see here? Oh, Vinny. Vinny's in here. Shout out to you, Vinny. I found a literal scarab beetle for a helmet on my Burning Prophet build. Okay. Shout out to you. Oh, here is a no cheat code in this matrix. Shout out to the moderator, Nani Aset Mur. Thank you, everyone, for your donations and questions. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let me see if there's any new people in the room. Amun Ku Natiru. Amun Ku Natiru. Let me scroll up. And shout out to Amun Ku Natiru. And I don't see his name anymore, but I did see it. Shout out to you, Scott Rager. Scott Rager. Shout out to you. I didn't see you earlier. Shout out to you, Shannon. Shannon is a regular. Shout out to you. I didn't see you earlier. Just giving a shout out to everybody in the room who I didn't see earlier. This is Amun Kunatiru. I like the name. Shout out to you. And let me do something here. I'm going to give a shout out again to the moderators. And we're going to look at the last 2 questions. And then we're going to close out. And everybody who just stepped in the room, these are the books that I have available. If you email me, Stepping Out of the Matrix and Melanin Dark Consciousness, they can easily be purchased. And as the brother, one of the brothers in here, Anthony, just did it as we're having class, and he got the books before the class was even over. Shout out to the moderators. Shout out to the moderators. Shout out to Ankh E.M. Mott, Nani Aset Mur, and Sinetia Moon. Shout out to all of you for your help. I appreciate it. This is very good. And let me do this. Let me see. I'm trying to pull up something here. Doom. Okay, we do have a question that came in. I think this is Stranger right here. Let me see if I can pull this up here. Okay, coming from, where'd it go? Oh, Netter Unkotep. Didn't see this one. Netter Unkotep, shout out to you. And I know I saw one from Stranger. I'm going to get to it. Don't worry, I'm scrolling up the list. And Netter Unkotep, I'm going to put you in here. 18. Shout out to Netter Unkotep for the support. And boom, we're going to go here and wow, there's so much. Overlay. And it's 19. Here we go. Support from Netter Unk. There we go. Netter Unkotep L, who always is constantly giving support. Shout out to you, $10, and it says for support, and it shows two hands pointing. Shout out to you. And I know I saw one from Stranger here. I'm going to look for it with a question. And let's see here. I know I saw one from I saw it here. It was a PayPal. It was a PayPal. Okay. I didn't receive the books. I think you misspelled my address. Is this the email? Okay. I'm going to respond right now. I got an email from Heka Keparah, Anthony. And I stay right there, Anthony. I want to try something right here for everybody. Let me see. Boom. PDF. Here we go. Boom. One. And night tone 7. Okay. Check your email now. Check your email now, my brother. Tell me if you have it. Oh, okay. Thank you. Unky and Maya resent Stranger. Stranger, the name of the moderators. Let me do this. Tell me if you got that email, and I'm gonna try something with. I'm gonna see something here. I really want you to get this before we close out, and I want to address Stranger. Triangle. Let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna check the room in just a moment and see if you got that. Okay, let's see. All right, let me check the room here and see if Anthony got it. Let me comments. Scroll all the way down. Wow, there's so much comments here. Received. They're right. We have a receiver of the books as the class is going on. Wonderful. Okay. And I'm glad you got them. Enjoy them. And he says, receive peace and blessings. Okay, wonderful. I wanted to make sure you got that before we close out. Stranger says, take my question next week. I know it's getting late. Okay. And see one thing. Let me see something here. And there's some other question that was sent. I think I saw a question about Solomon's temple. Let me hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. So much stuff going on. What's that? Yeah, next week. Let me see something here. Okay, stranger, I will take your question in next week. I'm going to post it up, though. I'm going to post it up. Where is it? Just so everybody knows that you did support, and I will go over this next week. It is getting late. And Ma'at Opesh. Okay, where is it? My eyes are getting blurry. So here is a stranger. Stranger sent a question, and I'll get to this next week. And I think somebody sent a question about Solomon's temple, and I gotta see. If anybody in the room sent a question about Solomon's temple that I did not answer, please state it in the room. I think I'm gonna get it for next week. I can't seem to find that question anymore. I think it was Anthony. I can't seem to find it right now. 19, not 20. And Stranger's question was good question too. Let me go ahead and put it up in here. It was about mirrors. Let me see. Pod. What's that?
Anthony's question.
Whose?
Anthony's temple.
He.
I'm gonna send it to you.
Oh, okay. Is that something about Solomon's temple?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me see something. Sorry, everybody. Hold on. Okay. So here is Stranger's question right here. Great question, by the way. And I would love to get this. Love to begin this for next week. And the question is by Stranger, the namer of the moderators. He says, people of Kemet were very self-aware. They didn't have mirrors. How did they become so obsessed with beauty? Water reflection? Depictions of water divination? And he says, take my question next week. I know it's late. Yes, Stranger, I think I'll start off next week class with this question. And Anthony's question. Let me see if Anthony's in the room. I think that's the only question I didn't get to. Is Anthony's question on Solomon's temple. Anthony, is that you, Hika Kempera? That's the question? That was you? Okay, I'm gonna get to that next week. This is the latest I've ever had the podcast. We've been on here since 7. It's 11:36 where I am. My eyes are blurry. I'm breaking down. I've answered so many questions. What is this here? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and get that next week. Let me give a shout out to everybody before we close, because I'm getting tired. Okay, so here we go. Shout out to, of course, Anthony. Shout out to Master K. Master K. Shout out to Stranger. Shout out to Vinny Black. Not Vinny Black. Vinny Black Lodge. My eyes are breaking down. Shout out to FU Bill Gates. Shout out to Shannon Southard. Robert Rays. Know the knowledge, don't name. Knowledge Rays. Netzer the greatest. Longer than usual tonight, absolutely. Ahati Ma'at. Who says, thank you for your loyalty. Shout out to everybody in the room. Shout out to everybody in the room. Shout out to this brother here. Amun Ku Netzer. Shout out to everybody. And of course, we're going to shout out the moderators before I close out. Shout out to the moderators. Let me see if I can find. I have so much here. Let me see. Here they are. Shout out to the moderators who help the room, who help me, who a lot of the questions are sent in from them to me, especially Anki Ma'at. A lot of the questions sometimes are picked up by Nani, Aset Mur, Sanetia Moon if I miss them. Giving out my email, helping the people navigate through links, and everything that you all do as moderators. Thank you all. You are awesome. Shout out to and respect to all of you. You definitely help sending me screenshots, overseeing the room. Thank you so much to the moderators. You do a lot. Thank you very, very much. Shout out to everybody in the room who has come and assisted by asking questions. This is my AI moderator, support with Cash App questions to TT Amun. And of course, the PayPal at the bottom. If you want to support that way with questions, you can actually send me questions or support throughout the week, and maybe I'll begin off the podclass with those. I usually get them live, but if you want to get it where I can start off with your questions after I cover what was asked by the people I missed, you can send your early questions in, and I'll do them in chronology. Shout out to all of you who are here to support and who have supported and are keeping positive vibes in the room. Shout out to those who appreciate the it's not showing, the Tehuti snake style. Shout out to everybody, Podclass. Shout out to those who help behind the scenes. There's a lot of people who do things for me behind the scenes. Our motto again to end off is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Inquire about books. You can email me at the email that the moderators put in the room. This is my direct email right here. You can email me if you have questions on how to obtain the books or anything. If you want to get me for one-on-one classes, if I have time, you can email me there. You can reach me as Tehuti Brown on Facebook, which let me see here, everybody. Let me close all this out. I have so many people sending me messages. Wow. Yes, I know JJ's going crazy. Yes, okay. I know that's the result of what happens. This is where you can reach me, everybody, on the Facebook. For those who don't know, for those who are just finding me on YouTube, I am found right here. This is where you can find me, Tehuti Brown. This is what the Facebook screen looks like. You just type that in and you'll find me. This is what the timeline looks like. Boom. And you can find me there. And that's where you can find me there. Okay, I'm going to stop screen sharing. And I'm going to also say to everybody that you are highly appreciated. I want you to continue learning. Do not be discouraged. If you're new and some of the things that I'm saying are deep and you think that it's at a high level, ask questions at your level. I'm here for everyone. I was at a certain level at one time, and I know what it is like to be a Christian or somebody who's just beginning off. I know what it's like to read the Quran and believe in Allah. I know what it's like to be a Hebrew Israelite. I did the Shabbat. I was all of that, and I believe the universe and this situation groomed me to be understanding to everyone at their level. I don't look down at anybody for their question that they ask. Do not be intimidated to ask a question, to pose a thought. We're all here on different levels trying to attain spirituality. I will end off with the affirmation. Of course, give a shout out to Jody who says have a phenomenal week. The affirmation that I will end off. Hadi says Tehuti needs a website soon. Get off Facebook. Okay, so so let me close out this, and so I will end off with the affirmation. Peace and love to everyone who is out there. Those who are not seen. Peace to my loved ones. Peace to my children. Peace to Young Cobra, Jael, everybody who's out there who is not seen maybe in the chats, but peace to everybody out there, all my loved ones and everyone who supports me and everyone who seeks Ma'at. Peace to all the teachers out there who are promoting positive information. And I will end off with the affirmation and close out the class. And I will say the affirmation as such, and that is Anki Ma'at Un MS Nin Tet Aset Em Mayat Min Hebapet Em Mayat Her Enhu Kiui Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and love to everyone. This is Neith. Neith says peace. I had to put the black snake back. Is there any snake grabbable? I don't know. Grab me a foo. I'll end off with a foo and then I'll close out. For people that get motivated, especially the young ones and Young Cobra who like to see the snakes, and I will end off with that. Or you can bring the whole tank down, and yeah, you grab them or bring the whole tank down. Yes. And also everybody, so every Friday, for those who are new, every Friday at 7 o'clock p.m., I am here for the Tehuti Podclass. This is what I'm here for. Let me go ahead and grab Afu. All right. We'll end off with Afu. This is Afu, my magician snake. He is definitely magical. This snake is not found in pet shops. This is a snake that has no scales. He's designed like a giraffe. You cannot find this in a pet shop. He has not a scale on him. He has no scales on him. He just sees skin. Very, very rare. His name is Afu, Dedi Afu. He's a magician. He can survive through fire. I've seen him survive in heat, literal fire. I've seen him escape the unescapable. This is my special guy right here, Afu, who's going all over the microphone right now. Okay, everybody. Look at that beautiful, look at that, the giraffe. All right, everybody. Peace and love, everyone. See you next time for the Tehuti Podclass. Yes, he does shed. He does shed. His shed is very smooth. Peace and love. We got the Knowledge Legends. Everybody have a wonderful week. Stay conscious and stay sane. There's a lot of people going crazy out there. Stay sane. Okay? So peace and love, everybody. We're going to end off. And let me cut this off here. Stranger says great builds. And we will say till next time. Peace.